Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Late Show. I'm sorry I've been a little sick this week, so I've been slacking off a little bit. I do apologize, but I'm back here with you to continue talking about the Christie's auction in Hong Kong, the online only that we have been going through. We're also going to talk about some new releases. Of course, we never get enough of GMT watches, it seems. So we'll talk about that particular category. And there are some strong contenders now. So it's important. It's nice. And I will just start pulling it up. Big Meech is sending nasty stuff in the background again. Unbelievable. So there we go. You remember every time someone released a GMT watch, and especially some of those color GMT movements, I kept referring you back to the Seiko 5 GMTs that were released last year and kind of jump started again the craze that we once had for SKX. And there's no stopping Seiko. It is, after all, their 110th anniversary in making wristwatches. And they have been basically releasing a bunch of stuff week in, week out. And the last trio of watches they released are these 3 GMT divers, one for each taste, one for each color, 2 that are unlimited, and 1, again, continuing the theme of limited edition pieces that offer something more and that come, of course, in limited numbers as well. One of the things that I used, I guess, as a perk of some of the watches that came out was their water resistance, right? You know, the fact that the Lorca model number 1, that it was a 200-meter depth rating watch was an advantage. After all, GMT watches, even if they emerged as technically pilot's watches, even if they were initially designed for Pan Am by Rolex, they have really become a genre onto their own, and one of the main sports genres, perhaps, after the diver and the chronograph. But essentially, they are travel watches, right? They are watches for the global citizen, so to speak, right? For those who want to track the time in another time zone, in a second time zone, usually. And it's always exciting when the brands add some new functionality or combine some of the things that these 2 different kinds of complications have, these 2 different kinds of approaches to sports watches have. And we have seen, of course, many that try to combine some aspect of the chronograph with some aspect of the world time or travel time function. And Seiko, to their credit and to their prospects line, added these 3 watches that are basically reinterpretations of their classic diver, the 1968, if I'm not mistaken. And they have now a new movement that gives 3 days of power reserve, 72 hours, in addition to a 4th hand, which allows you to track a second time zone, and which can, in fact, be adjusted independently. So you have one in the black dial, one in a blue dial, and finally one in this ice blue glacier pattern that happens to also have different accents, right? Kind of cobalt blue accent on the GMT hand, on the 24-hour hand, and baby blue or powder blue dots on the seconds hand as well. This is the new movement, the 6R54A with the 3-day power reserve, with the 72-hour power reserve. And I suppose, in a way, listening once again to collectors, to even the modding community for Seiko, they have used ceramic bezel inserts, which makes them, of course, scratch proof, which may or may not be a point of choice for many of you. This is what they usually call a collar GMT. So instead of the hour hand, what you can actually independently adjust is the 24-hour hand, right? Which essentially allows you to track a second time zone, but perhaps makes it a little more clunky to jump from one time zone to the other, moving or jumping the hour hand back and forth. The design, of course, follows the 68 diver, as I mentioned, with the crown at 4 o'clock. You also have a date window, quite discreet, quite intricately launched right between 4 and 5 o'clock. And you have actually a 24-hour 24-hour marker, 24 hours inscribed on the rejo, which makes it, again, very discreet, but also easily visible and trackable. And of course, the rotatable bezel, as it usually does, acts as a dive timer, where you can, in fact, have a little chronograph function in your hands, right? Something that allows you to time events based on minutes, based on a 60-hour scale. It is a unidirectional bezel with a luminous pip at minute 60 or minute 0. So you get that additional luminosity when you are in dark. The Glacier Blue edition actually comes with an additional strap, an additional fabric strap that somehow complements the colors of the dial. This is a 42 millimeter case diameter. The watches will be available apparently in the summer, so not just yet. The SPB 381 is the green with a hunter green bezel. SPB 383 is the black version, and SPB 385 has once again a black ceramic insert, but this sort of glacier patterned ice blue dial. The green and black are each 15 US dollars, and the limited edition Glacier Blue SPB 385 is 1700. Let me just correct myself. The material of that additional strap that is included in the SPB 385 is actually recycled polyester. So it is what it is. The thickness is apparently right under 13 millimeters, which makes it sit quite nicely on the wrist. And I think Seiko, again, introduces a value proposition that can very much take over this category. We were talking, hi, SVT Snake, thank you. It's ceramic, apparently. JJ, nice to see you. John D, good evening to all. Good evening to you all as well. Please feel free to hit the like button. That can help us jumpstart this show. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for taking the time to do that. I think this is a very nice introduction. Again, as I mentioned, you get the quality, everything that you expect from a Seiko Prospex diver at this price point. You get a ceramic bezel. You get a GMT function, which at this price point, again, is not perhaps the traveler version, is not the true GMT with the jumping hour hand, but you can still adjust the 24-hour hand independently, which allows you to make full use of that functionality to get a second time zone. And again, you get the ceramic bezel insert, you get the sapphire crystal. So a lot of what you can expect from this price point that Seiko offers. And this is for better or worse what the watches in this category have become. The Lorca model number 1 GMT, which has a similar depth rating at 20 Atmos at 200 meters. The same kind of color GMT function where only the 24-hour hand may be adjusted independently. It also comes on the bracelet. This is a much more universally wearable watch, let's put it this way, much more conventionally sized, classically proportioned watch at 36 millimeters. And for now, it has the pre-order pricing of $1,450 in US dollars. We have also talked about the Yema Superman 500 GMT. Again, a very similar entry. This one has the advantage, of course, of having a 24-hour rotational bezel, a 500-meter depth rating, so it's more of a serious diver in a way. The bicolor bezel harkens to Rolex's iconic GMT bezels. And finally, it also has luminosity. So the entire bezel, in fact, lights up in the dark, which certainly is a nice function. The night parts for the night half of the 24-hour bezel, it's the numbers that light up and the triangle. And for the day part of the bezel, for the AM part, it's the white background that lights up. So which also, I think, is a nice aesthetic touch. And the Yema is more or less at this price point again, $1,400, $1,399. The benefit here is you can choose the size. It comes in two different case sizes, 39 and 41. And it has three different bezel options: brown and black, kind of maroon and white, and green and white. These three were the new releases, and they still have the models that harken back to Rolex a little more intensely, I guess, with that Pan Am Pepsi combination of blue and red, kind of a gray and black that perhaps looks like the so-called Batman, and a black and white, which is the plainest. And these are $13.99. And at 1,800, basically $17.95, you have the Zodiac World Time, both of which are apparently limited editions, which has another trick up its sleeve, mostly aesthetic, but still something nice to play with, where you have the rotational bezel actually inscribed with 24 cities for the 24 time zones. You have the black with the anthracite dial and the red bezel with a silver dial for this one. The Zodiac Super Sea Wolf World Time Limited is $17.95. And these pieces too, following on the lineage of a dive watch, also have a 20 Atmos of depth rating, 200 meters of a depth rating. And they also come on a bracelet, which offers kind of an easy exchange option with these exposed pins for the spring bar underneath. For a similar kind of vibe, we also talked recently about the new Mido Ocean Star decompression world timer, which has a hybrid bezel insert, that both serves as a 60-minute dive timer as well as a world time functionality with the 24 global cities. And you have this fascinating decompression functionality snailed right at the center of the dial, which adds an entire new color scale, of course. These come on rubber bands if you think this is too much of a circus, a little bit of a clown car, you can, of course, go for the black, which is much more muted, and the decompression scale is actually rendered in shades of orange, which, of course, along with the black, both constitute the proprietary colors of Mido and also reflect the diver theme quite well. These pieces are built on the Powermatic 80 movement, so they have a power reserve of 80 hours. And in this case, you have a traveler GMT on your hands, which means that you can adjust the hour hand independently, as you change time zones, as you cycle through time zones. These two pieces will be for sale at $1,310. They're not going to be limited editions. And they will be available in a week, in less than a week, in fact. And in addition to the rubber strap, you're also given this sort of Milanese mesh type of bracelet, which has straight end links and kind of fits the Ocean Star decompression diver aesthetic, which is, of course, heavily inspired by a vintage model. Meech, what's up, man?
What's going on, Lord?
How are you doing?
Oh, same old, same old. Always griping about the weather. I truly am like an old man, ain't I? Always complaining about the weather.
I don't know. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. A little bit. Der Stiefel, just popping in to say hi. Nice to see you, man. Interesting touch on the avatar. Grant Seiko sucks. I'm sure you can make great friends with Meech right here. Work comes early at 5 a.m., so listening in the background with the sleep timer on. Have a good stream. Thank you so much. John C. says, Christopher Ward on the NATO strap. Love it, man. I used to kind of, I don't know, Christopher Ward, I was of two minds about the brand, but more recently, I think they have converted me more or less. I think at the price point, they're pretty solid, and I'm a big fan of NATO straps as well as the vicious leather straps as well. So as long as you're not wearing it on the bracelet, that's all good. SVT depends. If you were asking about the Yema, that was $1,399, I think, $1,400. The Zodiacs were $1,750, and these are $1,310. Yeah, honestly, I kind of like the blue one on this. It's just colorful. It looks like a fun watch, and it delivers on a lot of different fronts for a sports watch. It has that diver aesthetic as well as the 200 meters of water resistance. It has a little touch of color, whether you're getting the blue one or the black one. You get true GMT functionality. You get 80 hours of power reserve. You get the standard dive timer bezel, and that sort of cheapo world timer function too, which is something cool to play around with. So I don't know. I'm pretty taken by this watch. I would love to have them do a version at some point without the date or something, and maybe then I'll jump in and buy one. But at least, again, I like the fact that they cut out that date window in a way that's kind of echoes with the decompression timer and the numbers they have put in there, the same kind of trapezoid shape. So at least they were thinking, right? At least they weren't just plotting in a date window. Mitch, you're not a fan of this price point in general, right? You have pretty strong feelings against it, in fact.
Not really. I mean, I do have a soft spot for Mito.
You do.
Because technically, now I always kind of say, like, I always kind of use this, maybe a little bit overuse it. There we go. Mito was my very first luxury watch here. So I bought the Ocean Star off of Amazon, I believe, and I paid like $700 for it. And that was my very first like legitimate real watch, if you will, my first luxury watch. 42 mils, obviously way too big for me, but it had yeah, look, for $700, I mean, for what it was, look, it was kind of a deal, honestly. You get this makeshift glide lock clasp, you get a date and a day complication, I believe, on there, a diver bezel, and yeah, no, that was my very first luxury watch before I moved on to Tag Heuer, then eventually Tudor. So in a way, yeah, I always say I always say Tag, and then
So
Tudor's my very first real watch. But
something like this, basically.
yeah, yep, that's the one I bought. Now, yeah, they want 970 for this. Yeah, I paid nowhere near that. Well, maybe not nowhere near, but I obviously I got a quote unquote discount, if you will.
Well,
But yeah,
also,
I had this watch for like maybe 4 to 5 months.
to be fair, these all the brands basically have been raising prices like twice a year. So, I'm sure when you bought yours, the list price was a little lower as well.
Possible. Maybe I got $100 discount. Because I bought mine in 20. Did I buy it in 19 or did I buy it? No, yeah, I bought it in 19, I believe. So yeah, it's quite possible I probably bought mine just a smidge under retail.
Man,
But
Meech has come a long way, huh? Nowadays you are shitting on on Tudors and calling them not luxury watches. Chris Dixon, nice
exactly.
to see you, man.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal growth period, if you will.
Yeah, well, I mean, nothing else is gonna grow. Meech, you better grow your watch collection.
Ooh, vicious, nasty, and vicious.
It's okay, man. We're here for short kings as well. No worries.
Yeah, no, like I said, I mean, I have a soft spot for Mito because, like I said, they're technically my first real luxury watch, although I wouldn't really classify them as that. But um, I think before this, I had a Spinnaker. And Spinnaker really is bottom of the fucking barrel, honestly. But yeah, no, I mean, I think you can get these for even less if you go on to like a Facebook marketplace. I think you can scoop them up for like $500, pretty easily. So I mean, they're good. They're solid for what they are.
Oh, JJ, by the way, before you go, he was saying kind of like Mito. Actually, I'm doing something with our favorite watch YouTuber Bill Sanders again. We are doing a little collaboration, and I'm gonna do a show with him and conversation right after his second stream of this Saturday. So we are going to talk about what it means for a luxury conglomerate to gain the rights for the name of an independent brand, and what can we expect specifically from Louis Vuitton and La Fabrique du Temps reviving the Daniel Roth name and the Daniel Roth brand as a limited run boutique, independent sort of a brand. Because you'll see in terms of the marketing rhetoric, they still run together, right? It's the same, pardon me, it's the same workshop that produces special pieces for the Louis Vuitton brand. And they're also going to do the Daniel Roth brand as a kind of subscription watch category. At least that's how they're starting. I think they haven't announced a piece yet, but people more or less assume that it's going to be a revival of Daniel Roth's subscription chronograph. So we'll see. What chronograph? Tourbillon, I mean, I don't know why I said chronograph. I guess because I really like his chronograph watches throughout. That must be why. But yeah, that was the C187, I believe, the watch that they're gonna revive. Thank you, JJ. I would love to see you in the audience for sure. So, Mitch, what's going on in your world beyond complaining about the weather and everything? Like, are you buying any watches? Are you thinking about anything at all?
I mean, yeah, I do think about some things. Right now I am. I guess I've started lambing here about a month ahead of time, which is not exactly convenient. Because in this weather, it just makes it twice as hard. But I don't know. I was looking at the Tudor Pro here, and I thought about it, but the pickup truck said, "Fuck that! You're gonna take care of me first, and here's my $5,000 bill." So the truck is now currently sitting in the shop right now. So I don't think I'll be buying anything anytime soon here. But I mean, I like it, but I just don't like it enough. I wish it had a little bit more color to it. Just like maybe if it, I don't know. I feel like they just could have put a little bit more effort into it. I don't know. I have thought about buying a Black Bay 58 as well, just because they're cheap as hell, easy to dump the hell out of, and yeah, I mean they're great little shitters, if anything.
I think Tudor in general is great for that category. It's
I'd agree. Yep.
For everyday wear, the proportions of the watches are great. Both for Black Bay 58 and the Black Bay Pro 2. Well, I mean, certainly a lot of people complain that they're a little thick, and rightly so, right? They could slim down, but I think it does fit the tool watch aesthetic. It does also probably allow them to keep the price point where it is. And I think, unfortunately, it's only going higher, right? I don't think Tudors are going to adjust prices or anything. I think they're going to be creeping towards the 5,000 category more than going back to 35, which is bad news for the average collector, but that's where, unfortunately, the entire market is going.
I don't know. I'd say yes and no, honestly. I think the Pelagos line, I think you definitely have more than a valid point because they're highly desirable. They're they kind of actually can justify a $5,000 price point. The Heritage line, the 41s. I mean, yeah, I understand they're tool watches, but they're giant slabs, they're bricks. And nobody. I mean, even guys who are big guys, big dudes, Americans, if you will, are typically not huge fans of the Heritage line. The
Right.
58s, I can see them jumping up, but the reality is it's not going to matter too much because 58s kind of tank pretty hard. They're for a while there, they were 58s that were hitting like $2,500. Like shortly after the market crash, there was people trying to desperately get the hell out of them. I think in a matter of speaking, I think Tudor can raise the prices on a 58 all the way up to $5 grand, and it ain't gonna matter. Um, I think they'll still sink pretty aggressively on the secondary market. I think the Pelagos will be the only one that'll actually have, if you will, legitimate investment value. But even then, that's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I think look, most most of those pieces, like you said, uh, are actually great value on the secondary market, and like Black Bay 58 kind of has become the speed master of this age, in the sense that people, like you just said, people keep buying them, selling them, getting into them, getting out of them, falling in love with them, falling out of love. um, so there's no shortage of examples, there's no shortage of pieces on the secondary market. And I know you have the perspective of, still have the tendency to think of these pieces as investments. I have the perspective of a collector. So for me, anything that actually drops in price on the secondary market, that's a deal for me, because I never buy at retail. So for me, that those are great opportunities on the secondary market. Too bad the one that I want is one, a boutique exclusive, and two, it's actually bronze. So you probably don't want someone else's grime on it. Of all
Oh,
watches that
good
I can
grief!
tolerate, probably that's not one that I would want to buy used.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, if you do buy that one used, you're probably getting a premium on it of what, $500 tops, give or take, because it's quote unquote unworn. But look, I think the 58, and I've said this before in the past year, I think the 58 has the markings of a varsity athlete. Um, it could be that do it all watch if they
Yeah.
put a date complication in this watch at 3 o'clock. I think if they did that, there's not a single watch out there. Nothing that Breitling, Oris, Longines, all those dog shit brands, even Omega would struggle to compete against the 58 if they can somehow manage to keep it at what? I think what's the thickness of a 58? Let's just say 13 millimeters at its best, at its thickest. Keep it at 13 millimeters, keep it at 39 mils, and then have a date function at 3 o'clock. Forget about it. Madon. Nobody's touching it.
I
Nobody's
don't know,
touching it. You
man.
keep it
I don't
under
know.
four
Again,
grand, it's a perfect watch.
I don't I don't know focus groups. I don't know what people want. I know you are increasingly tending towards having a date. I think you don't mess with a balanced design. You can offer that as an option at some point. I think that will happen with Tudor. I think it will happen long before people get Submariner hands on Black Bay. For whatever reason, people keep asking that. I don't think
No, I
that's
don't
ever
think
going to
that's a good
happen.
look.
I don't think that's ever going to happen. But a Black Bay 58 with dates, I think that will probably come sooner than you might expect. Actually, I don't think it's something they're going to do all across the board, but it's probably not too late in coming, I have to say.
I don't know. Tudor seems to be about like 20 years behind everyone, and I don't know if this is intentional or what, but
It is.
um, the fact that they're just now starting to slowly creep out the new black bait. So allegedly here, now I've known quite a few Tudor reps who have kind of confirmed this, but allegedly here, Tudor has started to slowly creep out, and they're not telling anybody this. The new 58s have an adjustable clasp now. Allegedly, there's been a few allegedly bought in display cases that they've had to come stock now with the adjustable clasp. And Tudor doesn't really want to announce it because then they'd have a huge influx of people wanting to return theirs or dump out of theirs, buy a new one. and they just don't have the demand or the not the demand, the inventory right now to do so. Now, for a $3,000 watch, I've said this before, it doesn't matter the brand. Um, it's mandatory. There's no excuse why you don't have a quick adjust for your watches at 3,000 or even at $1,000 price point. Um, and yeah, finally Tudors are getting around to it. So maybe in another 15 to 20 years we'll get a date complication.
Well, actually, you put the nail on the head. That's why I said yes, they're 20 years behind, and I think that's by design, because Tudor is, in a way, it 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 occupies kind of a complicated, or rather multifaceted, position in relation to Rolex. On the one hand, it is the heritage arm of Rolex, in the sense that it tries to take the best and the purest from the common archive of Rolex and Tudor, and tries to produce a contemporary tool watch, everyday wearer, out of that resource, out of that out of that archive. On the other hand, it's also kind of an experimental branch of Rolex as well, in the sense that they try certain things out, from innovating with materials to simply producing left-hand drives and this and that. Titanium watches, of course, were made by Tudor long before they came up with this deep sea challenge piece. And I agree with John D, especially, that it takes the space of not only the vintage sub John D, I think also the 5-digit, right? I think 14060 was all the rage at some point. And of course the 4-digit, the late 80s versions of the 5513 too. BB58 really took that place and owned it and made it its own. And I think that's the aesthetic that people are mostly looking for anyway. So I don't think it's really missing the date function, but I'm sure that will be an option soon enough. The T-fit clasps probably are going to become universal, like you implied. I wouldn't be surprised, because a lot of the new models they introduced, including the Ranger, the Bronze, Black Bay 58, etc., they all have that T-fit clasp. There's no reason why Black Bay 58 shouldn't. So that's probably coming very soon.
They are interchangeable, yeah. That's been confirmed. I also kind of wonder though if Tudor really is just kind of scared at this point, because I don't know, for some reason the date complication wheel is extremely hard for Tudor to figure out. Because apparently on the diet root beers as well, they had malfunctions on those, and Tudor was actually, this time they were quick to actually fix it, I guess, versus the diet what is it, the Diet Coke or whatever. Where they kind of denied it for like several months, and they finally caved in, like, yeah, our date wheels are faulty. I guess we'll fix it. And then they finally fixed it. So I kind of wonder if Tudor's really kind of just got PTSD of now doing date wheels on anything at this point. And they really don't want to screw around with the 58, because 58 is the love child of Tudor.
I don't think that's really the problem. Of course, introducing something new always has that trial and error period. But for me, I think they're really waiting for the new generation of movements, Mitch, because for watches that are already taking complaints for being too thick, adding a date function can increase that thickness and completely make it unbearable and undesirable for a lot of people. So I think they're basically waiting for the Kenissi to devise the next generation of movements, where the watches will be slimmer, where there will be the option to have a date on some of the models. Otherwise, I agree with John D and JJ. You know, I think for what they are representing now, for what they're putting out there, remember the BB-58 in its original configuration is supposed to look like a big crown, you know, James Bond sub, you know, the 6538. And those watches are now six figures, right? Not like any one of us can easily go out and get one. So it's good. It's good that these exist, you know, with that oversized crown, the red triangle, the gilt accents, the riveted bracelet. Again, that's been a sore thumb for many. That's been a sticking point for many. I think once you reconcile in your head the kind of archival toolbox that they are reaching into, it's pretty easy to figure out. I don't know. I have a lot of love for Tudor. Shouldn't surprise anyone since I'm a Rolex fanboy, anyways, and I'm a vintage Rolex enthusiast as well. So, next generation of Tudors, I think, might deliver even more strongly on a lot of these points that the new collectors are asking. And I think it might be also good news for people like me because, again, the watches will probably slim down, offer even more of the modern utility in addition to the vintage aesthetic. Tudor really is the best of both worlds and offers it at a very high quality too.
Yeah, almost. I think I kind of wonder if there really isn't a little urgency here on Tudor's behalf, or maybe there should be, because Tudor's gunning for Omega's spot, right? Omega's well, let's be honest here, Omega's struggling in more ways than one right now, but um, Omega's always been on top of Tudor, and then Rolex has always been on top of Omega. Um, I think the Planet Ocean would be a huge hit for them if they would just slim the damn thing down, honestly. Omega, for some reason, has got the Tudor syndrome here where they think everything needs to be 20 millimeters thick and, 42 millimeters wide. Um, that Planet Ocean would be a great watch for most people, I feel like. It's a little pricey, I'll admit. It's like, what, 6.5 grand before your discounts? Um, but it's also 15 millimeters thick. So you kind of, you obliterate the size in itself. Yeah, the lugs may be stubby, but if it's taller than the Twin Towers, I mean, what's the point of buying the damn thing? The 42 mil actually, Planet Ocean looks better and more balanced because they're not trying to compact the whole thing. I think if they slimmed up the Seamaster or the Planet Ocean, maybe drop the price point a little bit here. Man, you got one hell of a great watch there. And then what is Tudor going to compete with? What are they going to bring to the table? Another 58. Ooh, that's impressive. Very innovative of them. I don't know. There's somebody. I think there's a race to see who can come, or at least in my opinion here, there should be a race to see who can make the slimmest and most compact diver between Omega and Tudor at 39 mils, because whoever does is going to hit the money maker right there.
Mm.
And keep it under 10 grand at the very least. Under 5 grand would actually be sweet, but I don't think we'll see that.
By the way, Chris, I think John D has a very good suggestion for you there. If you are just gunning for a time only, you really can't, and you are sticking to the Hamilton catalog, you really can't go wrong with a Khaki Field automatic. But I also have a strong vote for the Pioneer Mechanical Chrono, which is a remake of RAF and Royal Navy issued chronographs from the 70s. Prince Charles actually King Charles III actually has an original one of these from his time served, that he was issued. So if it's good for the king, should be good enough for you as well. That is, in today's terminology, it is the Pioneer mechanical chrono. It's a hand wound piece, 40 millimeters, the today's version. I think the aesthetics are great, very utilitarian, should be good for everyday wear as well. Very legible, kind of takes all that people like about the Khaki line in terms of the field watch aesthetic and the legibility, and raises up a notch, right? Makes a pilot's chronograph out of it, and it's an authentic model, right? These, basically the same aesthetic as what they issued the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy in the 70s, just a smidgen larger.
If it's good enough for a tyrant, it'll be good enough for you.
Well, I mean, look, you can find a lot of names for the British royal family. Tyrant is really not one of them. They don't have that kind of political power. The kind of financial power they yield, that could be another discussion, and a pretty interesting one.
Well, sounds like Kate might blow through it all with all these silly lawsuits.
Not sure if I'm aware.
Oh, well, long story short, the royal family's suing South Park because South Park said mean words about them. So,
Oh, well, I mean, here's the thing: winning those kinds of, you remember how Johnny Depp lost in the UK and won in the US against Amber Heard?
yeah.
So if they're suing South Park in the US, they might actually have a chance to do something with it, to go somewhere with it. If they sue it in the UK, zero chance, because when you sue people, institutions, outlets for libel or defamation in the UK, you have to prove ill intent. You have to prove bad faith, and that's almost impossible, right? The only way.
I don't think anyone really cares, honestly. At the end of the day, I mean,
No.
South Park does what it does. I mean, that's kind of their shtick.
I mean, law is not about whether anyone cares or not. Law is about whether you can prove, your case in court. Yeah, you can't prove bad faith unless, like, for example, I will have to say to your face, Meech, I will ruin your reputation. Or
You kind of already have, but all right.
Well, you really don't have any reputation to be ruined. I think that would be.
Well, after hanging with you, Lord, that is the correct statement. Yeah, that is true. Like, I mean, I think at the end of the day,
so
like, everyone's getting a laugh at it, though.
You have to have a record
whatever.
of something like that. But yeah, trust me, they don't. They won't have any case in the UK. If they have anything in the US, it's just exercising their muscle. It's just showing they care. I'm sure they don't think they can actually win something like this against the creators of South Park. I don't think so.
I don't even think Harry cares. I think it's all Kate, honestly. I think Harry could care less, honestly.
Oh, you mean, I don't think you mean Kate in this case. You mean Meghan Markle?
Yeah, Meg. There you go.
Okay, because
who gives a shit, honestly?
Kate
I don't think
he
even
the
cares.
Princess of Wales. I mean, no. On the one hand, no one cares. On the other hand, it's an important distinction. So, but my bad for trusting you with details of any relevant story, Meech. I take
6-1. It's the royal family's a bunch of pigs, anyways. We didn't have to listen to them since 1776.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, Chris, um there's a good story about that, but I don't think I can relate it on air. But I'm glad the wife approves. Usually, that's the sticking point. You know, if you have to ask, you probably can't buy it. So if you get advance permission, just go with it. Don't waste any time. Yep, that's true. I think keep this energy to the U.S. government as it stands as well.
Keep that same energy until they blow off the doors at 12 a.m. You know.
Man. But yeah, again, there there's lots of things to love about the khaki field. You know, in titanium in 38. I think this is great. I love the orange accents. I love the sword hands. You know, I love the field watch aesthetic. It's a pretty cool piece. I mean, I do direct a lot of people towards Unimatic recently for pieces at this price point, but you know, Hamilton is a sure bet. And honestly, you know, sometimes you do have to keep in mind the heritage, the brand name, the brand aesthetic. Um, it's even with watches at this price point, why not go with something that's more easily recognizable, that has a certain pedigree? I'm not against that.
I like these. I genuinely like Hamilton, but they're too expensive for me, honestly. Um,
For even something like the khaki field.
yeah, $945. Damn, that's Tag Heuer money right there.
Yeah, but
um,
I mean, Tag Heuer, I think, honestly, a lot.
well, Tag Heuer's garbage.
With all due respect to anyone who owns Tag Heuer, I wouldn't wear it for free. So, but khaki, I would actually pay for something
Yeah,
like this.
but you get my point, though. It's like a cool G, you know, kind of slides you into long jeans. You know, it's do I really want to spend that on just a Hamilton, though? I mean, if this was maybe $300, all right, it becomes a very tempting offer. But that's that's always been my attitude with a lot of Hamiltons, you know, or even some Orises as well. It's like, oh, that's a lot of money to spend on just that brand when, you
But
know.
honestly, for me, Meech, and again, we are talking about three brands within Swatch Group, anyways. For me, Hamilton, Tissot, and Longines are more or less the same quality, and they are more or less the same price point as well. There are little differences here and there, and maybe Swatch Group places Longines just slightly higher, but I think the difference between them at this point is mostly styling. They mostly have the same movements for similar watches. At this price point, they all have the Powermatic 80, more or less. Um, and it's really what you prefer aesthetically. You know, I wouldn't pay more for a watch because it's Longines more than I would pay for Hamilton. This is exactly what I mean, or more than I would pay for Tissot. Because at the end of the day, to me, it's more or less the same thing, except different styling, which makes all the difference, of course, for something that you want to wear on an everyday basis or for something that you want to integrate into a collection. It matters.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'm so stupid tired. I'm responding to Mitch and I'm not even on the stream. Good night, fellas. Huh? All right. Take care, man. Hey, Ozzy.
Hey there. Sorry, my microphone's not working. Just let me fix it. Let me fix it.
Okay. No worries. And Ozzy has a good point there, as we were talking about Tudor earlier as well, right? The street prices, both in terms of what you can ask from the AD, by the way. Hey, JB.
Yeah, I think you can get Hamiltons for like 30% off from ADs. Never mind, you can find them on Amazon too. But yeah, the MSRP means nothing for Hamilton.
Yeah, for sure. And also, on the secondary market too, since it's such a popular brand, people buy them in hordes. And then, even with new releases, just in a few months, you'll see the secondary market flooded with examples. So you're right. But, I think it sometimes still makes it easy to kind of put it in a certain price segment, right? In the sense that, hey, this is a model they have. Khaki Field Automatic is a model they have for under $1,000. So
yeah, sure. So one of the issues is like my AD. Yeah, she spoke with quite a lot of disdain for Hamilton.
well, why
because
is that? Because
because it was an easy out for her customers, if they'd spend time with her or something like that, and then she'd be like grossly disappointed if they ended up just picking up, just a khaki for like $400 or something like that. It doesn't, it's a soft watch,
the
but it
commission
doesn't
rate?
help you. Doesn't help you on the way to getting a hot piece. Maybe in the
Why?
same
Because the
store as
commission
Rolex,
rate
but
was so
it's so
poor on them,
far.
or what?
No, it's just such low value, like compared to even a Longines. Like you say it's the same brand and price points, but the reality is like the Hamiltons, they have very low price point as well as they're heavily discounted, and they're attractive. So it's not a huge, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, there you go, Ozzy. Ozzy's been going to the school of Meech. He's finally coming
Yeah.
around.
No, I'm just saying, like there's a lot of reasons not to get it over some of the other cheaper brands that you've just mentioned. Like Hamilton is, it's difficult, man. Like just get it at a good price and be happy with it.
Yeah.
But I think I really like Longines, although some of their sizes are a little iffy, but they have had a few releases that sort of correct some sizes here and there. It'd be great if the Zulu time was 40 mil, as an example, but it is what it is.
I think it would be great if it didn't have those tacky 5 stars on the dial.
I know, like if screw you for pointing that out, because I like the stars, but you keep pointing it out. It's you're fucking. The truth is it hurts, man. Don't always do that.
I don't know. Look, that's not. To be fair, that's not truth. It's. I mean, they are there objectively, but that's just my taste, right? So the fact that I don't like them shouldn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. But I think it's just. I know it is part of their iconography. I know they have used it in the past for watches, but in this era, especially, in the era of social media, in the era of reviews, Yelp, etc. It just it's cringe, man. It's like cringe a la cringe.
It's completely okay to give your own watch 5 stars. It's fine. It's fine.
It's a 5-star. It's something that General Zod should be wearing, right? It's a 5-star general type watch.
By appointment by the United States Senate. 5 stars.
No, I think you guys are right. I think this watch looks great, but the stars maybe kind of it's off-putting, distasteful. But other than that, I think the watch is great. Maybe piss off with the cheap leather strap, throw it on a NATO, or put it on a bracelet. But this leather strap looks cheap as all hell. I mean, seriously.
You can take the dial out and just chip a few of those stars off if you want.
Sandblast.
just rip it off.
Oh man. Look, I think again, I think it's a good watch. It has that field watch aesthetic or / pilot watch aesthetic. It's, they're both made for the same purpose or utility in mind anyways, right? To have a legible dial with large numerals that you can read at a glance. Perfect.
I love the colors. I love the indices.
Yeah.
The hand selection here is super tasteful.
I think even the placement of the date window is very balanced. I prefer that it's at 6 rather than 3.
Well, they even matched the dial wheel for the background.
That's
something
true.
the Omega for some reason didn't fucking do, which pisses a lot of people off. But whatever.
But yeah, 42 for at least the 3 of us, that can be a little too big. I mean, of course, Meech will just blame the cold weather and shrinkage, but
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Lord. I mean, every now and then you go on these random rants. I just don't get it. Thick as fuck over here.
There is hope though. I mean, the regular Spirit got a 30-something release last year, I think. So they are aware that there is a market for how do you say, traditional sport sizes, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And again, I think the price point might scare some people off, but again, on the bracelet, the watch looks good. It is a true GMT, so to speak, right? You can actually adjust the hour hand independently in 1 hour increments, like with that jumping hour kind of thing. And it's right under or right above now with the price increase, of course, right around $3,000. So it's not a bad deal, but it's not perfect. I mean, on the bracelet, it's probably a little more expensive, isn't it?
If you can find them discounting, but you'll find deeper discounts on Hamilton without even asking. So it's a different price category. It's right in the middle of like no man's land, unfortunately, for Longines. And I'm sure as a brand, Swatch wants them to hold this area out. Like they're not allowed to move down or up just because they're flanked by brands that are meant to do that.
Good night, JJ. Yeah, look, again, I'm not gonna, speaking of me going off on rants, I'm not gonna go on another rant on the Swatch Group, but just one sentence, 17 brands in under one roof, it's a little too much. It's a little too much control on so much heritage. But I do like a lot of what Longines does. I do like a lot of what Tissot does. I do like a lot of what Hamilton does. Once every
that new Tissot looks good. The turquoise dial. I don't think there's any issue.
PXR?
Yeah. But PRX.
Speaking of Longines, by the way, I really like this watch that they had announced a while ago, but I think it's just now falling into the market. The Ultra Chron or Ultra Chron, the chronometer dive watch with this tonneau-shaped case and the kind of a vintage bracelet. Like vintage style, I should say. These graduated indentations are actually filled in, like painted in red too. So that's kind of cool. And it basically serves to highlight that chronometric heritage of Longines. Ultra shock resistant. Chronometric, precise, accurate, and red accents against a black dial on a diver watch. Who can complain? And I think the price point is pretty similar to Zulu Time, of course. If you're looking after GMT function, that means fuck all. But let me see.
Mate, you've had your Batgirl for a few months now, I think. What do you think of owning a GMT, that like as a complication?
Oh, I guess I don't know. Like I've said this long before I even got it. Like I didn't buy it for its GMT function. I just bought it because I just wanted to have a GMT on hand.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it is what it is, I guess. I don't really screw around with the GMT hand.
Yeah, me
I
neither.
just I just like the color patterns of it. Honestly, that's I mean, I know that sounds
Yeah.
I don't know, very childish if you will, but out of all the GMTs, aside from the root beer, I thought the blue and black was like the only real color
Yeah.
combo that I really liked. I'm like, so I said, screw it, let's go for that.
Yeah. I think that's a 150 IQ response. Uh,
Wow.
No. There's a cool graph, a meme. I posted it. Like at 100 IQ, you're like, oh, where the typical meme response, the 100 IQ meme response from Meech is normally, oh, I got it because it has the screw-in crown. That's really important.
No, it's
But
only
saying you
I
just
mean that's
like the look
yeah.
of it, that's 150 IQ. That one.
Well, I might kind of deduct the points here because I am thinking about buying the bracelet for it, the oyster bracelet for it, so that way I can convert it over to a Batman.
Just get
I don't
another.
know yet.
Just
We'll see.
get another Rolex dealer to sell you a Pepsi or maybe the green one or something like that. Just buy another one. It's
Well,
too
funny you
expensive
should
just to
mention
buy
that
for a
though.
bracelet. Just get another GMT. Just get another one.
Well, like I was telling somebody else, like I'm still on the wait list in the Twin Cities for Pepsi. Like I have no clue what the hell I'm like. I have no clue what I put down as far as like Jubilee or Oyster, but it's been like two
Yeah.
years now, and I have not heard a single thing about that. And I don't expect to because it is in the Twin Cities, and I probably have a purchase history of I don't know, maybe $8,000. So
Yeah.
I'm not really expecting anything on that one.
I'm
But
like I've got a little bit of kudos with another AD here in Vegas, and I'm thinking about asking for the Pepsi on Oyster just so I can get my Batgirl an Oyster bracelet. Like I may as well.
right. Pay for the two watches for the price of Ford. I mean, excuse me, two watches. Oh man, it's getting late. You get my point though.
Yeah, two watches for the price of two.
But
It's
to your
it's
point,
acceptable.
Yeah,
to your point, Meech, that's basically how much you pay for your watches, anyways. So
yeah, but at least I can afford them. I don't buy the shitters. But I did get. So they asked me at my other boutique. They said, "Well, what do you think of the root beer?" And I said, "I don't know. I mean, it is what it is." And I said, "Well, would you want one?" And I said, I don't know." I said, I'll put my name down for it, I
Oh,
guess."
jeez.
And why give somebody else the opportunity if I can snipe it from them? Fine.
No, the issue with the root beer, they're gonna get the Jubilee out for it. They're gonna put a chocolate dial on. It's gonna happen, and then at that point, you'd feel like one of the white gold Pepsi owners with the black dial. It's like, why? The new one just makes more sense. So why does this even exist at that point?
Right. I don't know. See, I have no clue what I really want at this point anymore. Like, I mean, I'm starting to look at a Rhodium Yachtmaster for some reason. Like, I mean, quite frankly, I
Rhodium
won't say I
Yachtmaster
hate
is
it.
great. No,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
great.
if I got offered one, I wouldn't say no. But
Yeah.
at the same time, I'm not going to walk into my dealer and request it either. So
I
I don't know what
know.
I want.
Well, it's sort of a null option. Like the Yachtmasters, be careful, right? Because it's expensive. Number one, secondary value is pretty much right sitting on top of that MSRP. You probably will get it, and it will, inflate your purchase history a little bit. The real question is, will you wear it?
Oh, I
You've got
wouldn't
other
doubt I
great
wouldn't
watches.
wear
You've
it.
got great watches, so that's the main. But you've already got the two-tone Yachtmaster, don't you? You still got that.
Yeah, I've got the two-tone still here, and like I've talked about this with everybody else. Look, the Yachtmaster, it is what it is. The only thing that really deterred, like the only thing that really weirds me out, essentially, is the bezel. Like if I bought whether it be the Superman or the Rhodium, you're still working with a platinum. That's a platinum bezel, right? I think for both configurations.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'm just not sure how well that can take a beating.
No, they do. They
That's
do. I've changed my tune on this one.
Okay.
I've changed my tune because one, no one gives a shit. You know what I mean? Like, as in, yeah, it'll collect some scratches here and there. No one gives a shit. If you
Oh,
really give a shit, I did see a
That's
really
how
good
I feel.
refurb of
How
one,
I
and
feel.
it was superb.
I should try and hunt that video down again. But basically, it was basically a farmer, but he did. It sounded like he pretty much did like minor logging, if you will, like amateur, if you will. And he wore a Yachtmaster, and apparently, like he beat it up so much that the bracelet fell off. He had weld marks
Wow.
on it. He had like weld marks on the bezel.
Wha-
No, like the thing looked, for what it is. I mean, some would argue abuse, but the thing actually looked great. I mean, the
Yeah.
bracelet looked like it was about ready to fall off because it had massive stretch on it and everything else, but it looked awesome. And I just don't know. Like I know, like just off my past experiences here. See, this is why I really I really do like Tudors with the aluminum bezel there.
Mm.
Um, because if I'm working on machinery or the lawnmower or something like that, you kind of miss or you slip and then you ding the watch or whatever. It's like, okay,
Right.
it's an aluminum bezel. Who gives a shit? But on a platinum bezel, I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel about that, honestly.
I get you. I feel you. For me, the issue is I can't really be adding any more side grades or anything like that at the moment. There's just too many watches to wear, and um, I have to displace time on other watches. It's just not sensible to get one.
Are those
I just
links
have to be satisfied that
PLC or white gold on that
PCL,
Yachtmaster? PCL.
PCL,
Okay, so
yeah.
even then, that's kind of a shitty deal because I mean they didn't have enough decency to put white gold for the center links. I mean, I get it at the same
White
time,
gold
but
for
still,
what?
for the Yachtmaster Rhodium
But for
for the
For the
center
when?
bracelet.
links.
I mean, when did Rolex put white gold center links on a stainless steel watch?
Oh, it won't surprise
Yeah.
me at some point, honestly.
No, you're right, but you know what? This isn't the first time I've heard someone say something that's stupid. Um, no, I was talking to someone who apparently had a Batman, so he was wearing Batman. As best as I could tell, it was a Batman, and I said, "I've got that one too. I've got that in the Jubilee." And he goes, "Oh yeah, that one's in white gold, huh?" I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?" Yeah, the Jubilee, that's in white gold. That's why it costs a little more. So I don't know what it is. There is a misconception that some of these more brilliant, either polished or Jubilee bracelets are a
Well, it
precious
wouldn't
metal.
surprise
I
me
don't
on the
know why. I don't,
Yachtmaster as
I,
well.
I think the only thing that might be source of that is how the fluted bezels on date chests are 18 karat white gold against stainless steel.
Hmm.
But yeah, I've never seen Rolex do that kind of two-tone that's extended onto the bracelet. I've never seen it. But hey, anything can happen, Meech.
It would be bizarre, but I think if any line of watch would do it, it would be the Yachtmaster, considering it's such an odd build, anyways. Because the
Hmm.
Yachtmaster either has a solid rose gold, or a solid ceramic raised bezel, or a solid platinum bezel. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they did that with the Yachtmaster, just the Yachtmaster alone, because it is such a just a bizarre piece.
I've seen so many different Yachtmaster iterations. It's hard to imagine that it's a watch that only came to life in the 90s because every time I see a Yachtmaster in the pre-owned case, it's like it's a configuration I've never seen before.
You know,
It's just an odd one to build.
it is. I think the main reason for that is so you guys might know that until the last basically slew of CEOs, Rolex for until 2008, I think, from 1905 to 2008, had 3 CEOs. And one of them was Wilsdorf, the founder, Andre Heinegger, and then his son, Patrick. And Patrick came into the picture in 1992 as the managing director, and Yachtmaster was kind of his pet project. He had already started at the brand as a marketing director in 86, if I'm not mistaken. And they were kind of working, in a gingerly way about a new Submariner. And this is what came out of that project. Of course, they didn't have the hearts, and Rolex of all brands would never do something like that anyways, to replace the Submariner. So they integrated it into the line, and that was, in fact, the first model they introduced after the Daytona. So almost 3 decades after the Daytona, for the first time, they integrated a new model, entirely new line. And they kept expanding from 1992 onwards. Actually, I mean, I get old like the avocado on the counter, but that really dates me. 92 is actually, when you think of it, it's a long time ago, man. It's already more than 3 decades. So
That was Lord's 18th birthday.
8. But, yeah, sure. Look,
I love the Yachtmaster. I wish I wasn't one of effectively the naysayers for it, because I mean, as much as I might have words, I don't literally own one myself. I think it's gorgeous, but I can't. I would. I don't know.
They're so nice.
I don't
to
know.
wear,
I want to have it, but it I just wouldn't displace some of my other watches right now. I really wouldn't.
This, by the way, is the president, the Heinegger's own platinum Yachtmaster, all in platinum, and it actually has the 10 million chronometer. Like, this is the 10th million chronometric movement that Rolex ever produced. So they put it in this watch and made it entirely in platinum, and with a kind of Surti dial, and that's
gorgeous.
something he wore himself, apparently. And it's going on sale late April in Monaco for the Monaco Legend Group auction there. Interesting piece. I would love to see what it goes for, and of course it has that triangular cut sapphire at 12 o'clock. At 6 and 9, it has baguette cut sapphires and brilliant diamonds for the rest of the indices.
What size is this? Has the Yachtmaster changed its case in any way over the years?
They introduced different case sizes, but this is the 40. I think they have the 35. They have the 37. They have 40 and 42. They might have something even smaller at some point, at least, even if they don't have it now.
Maybe a 34, but that'd be, I don't know, that'd be a bit of a stretch. I think 35 is the smallest they go.
Crazy.
Yeah, I think they had a 31 at some point, but I might be mistaken again.
I will say this, Lord, and this is one of the very few times I'll ever say this, but I do approve of the Jake Brooks special here, of all the bedazzling hair.
I think this actually approved by the Meech at Jamset.
I actually think it looks good this way. I think it actually, the sapphires really bring it together here, because of all that gray, those blue sapphires just pop like crazy.
I agree. I mean, the Yachtmaster was born in precious metal, and I think the steel ones are very cool, but I really like all of the precious metal ones. They all have such wild dials. Like I think there's like this white crystalline sort of dial that's relatively common. I think the Yachtmaster is sort of like the old school flashy Rolex, but it's not a date just. It's a full precious metal sports watch.
I think also, of course, Heineke could have done anything for himself for sure, but since everything is in platinum or simply everything is in white metal, and he went with kind of a silver sunburst dial, I think it would have been too monochromatic, too monotonous if it were just a super luminova piece, But in this case, it would have been tritium, of course, because it's in the 90s. But if it were just a luminous dial, I think it would have been too much, because it's not even at this point, it's not even different tones of the same color. Like it's all silvery, shiny gray. So, like you guys said, the sapphires really set it off.
I will say this though, Ozzy. I mean, the only thing that really kind of I toy with the idea of getting a rhodium is it would. I mean, one, it's a huge flex to wear a Yachtmaster the daily, the way I wear one, anyways. Two, they're just so damn comfortable. Like even though that bezel's heavy, they're comfortable as hell. Like you go from,
Yeah.
I always find it as a trip to go from a Submariner to the Yachtmaster because it's like you go from wearing a legitimate brick on your hand to a
brick
feather
with a chain. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, then you go to a feather, and then yeah, it's just so nice the way the lugs. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, if
how
you
do I
like
say
that,
this?
you might actually like the Daytona. I gotta say.
I
Like
don't
all
know.
of
I
the
can't get
profile
behind the
stuff you're
Daytona.
talking about is really there on the Daytona too.
Yeah, but it's a chronograph though. That's the difference.
It's basically the same case style, right? With the kind of drooping lugs from the profile.
Mm-hmm. And rounded case edges. It's very similar.
Somebody did bring up a very decent point though when it comes to the Daytona on its ceramic bezel, that it hangs over the actual watch case itself, and then it makes it more prone to actually cracking it if you hit it the wrong way.
That's the case on the steel one, not the gold.
Even
in this photo right here.
When do you actually see someone with a cracked Daytona bezel?
To be fair, yeah, you're right. Most of them sit in the safe. Me personally, no, I wouldn't leave it sit in the safe.
Well, I mean, nice one-liner there, but I mean, I've actually, with all the complaints people have about, again, I don't like ceramic because it doesn't age, but I have very rarely seen an actual cracked ceramic bezel on a Rolex that required them to change it. But I might be wrong.
Yeah,
I've seen cracked lugs from ceramic, mostly off the Speedmasters, which I kind of find funny. But hey, whatever. Who's keeping track?
Interesting. The rumors are right now of a ceramic bezeled precious metal, full precious metals. So getting rid of the precious metal bezels, I think that would be a huge mistake in my book. Like, sure, if you want the ceramic, sporty looking, modern looking thing, then that's what it's there. It's on Oysterflex. But if you want, the full precious metal look, I don't think substituting a black bezel on top of it is a super great idea for most of the dials that appear on the Daytona. Now it works for the Yachtmaster because the Yachtmaster's got a matte black dial, and I'm very much against just ringing up, like, just take all these metal bezels away. I don't. That doesn't make sense to me.
I
don't think that's what's going to happen.
Humorous to wear a full gold ceramic raised bezel Yachtmaster as a daily, but I don't like the idea that it's raised, because at that point you're asking for trouble. At least I am, the way I wear my watches. Like, long
the
story
ceramic
short,
bezel doesn't cost much to replace, I don't think.
Well, it's not even that. It's the point. That's the point. That if you don't have to replace it, why would you?
Right.
But I remember, long story short here, I had to grab onto a ewe because I had to make sure she had enough milk for her lambs, and she buckled forward, and I was wearing the back grill, And then she buckled forward, and I went to, try and brace myself to catch my balance, and then she slammed into the wall, and then I felt the watch slam directly against a wooden wall. So I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, I mean, going back to that's just a rumor, right? Going back to the introduction of ceramic bezels to the entire range for the precious metal. And Ozzy, this is something that you alerted me to anyways, with your theory about how the Oyster Flex is the two, kind of like an execution of the two-tone for our time. In both in terms of the contrast, but also in terms of kind of toning down what is a full 18 karat gold watch.
Yeah.
And going back to that first point of contrast, I think, it just kills it for most. It doesn't have that interplay between, like, for example, when you look at this watch, you have black, white metal, black ceramic, silver dial, and then the black sub registers, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do with, I mean, maybe a ceramic bezel would probably work with something like this if you just slot in the black, but for something like the so-called John Mayer, for example, like, does a black ceramic bezel
just
really
kills it.
God, that would look ugly as shit.
It just kills it.
Even the green, I mean, if you slot a green tachometer bezel on that in ceramic, I think that it's too much. It's overkill at that point.
Yeah, especially if they off-colored the green too, just a little bit.
Yeah. The I think it's just would be a terrible idea. I mean, the platinum, it works because you have, it's just one dial. They have to make it work for one dial, but there's so many dials in the Daytona lineup in the precious metal. Like, you have to think what works for that. And if you go through trying to configure these watches, you don't get every dial combination on the Oyster Flex, and you don't get every dial that's on the Oyster Flex in the full metal as well. So they know there's an interplay between those two things, and they understand it well, in my opinion. And that's for that reason I don't think they can put the ceramic on the precious metal Daytonas.
Again, I wouldn't believe in every rumor, but
oh yeah, I don't think it's that plausible, but it's just fun to entertain. Like, a lot of people just assume, like, I saw a lot of people just say, oh, that would be a good idea. It's a better well, no, I mean, all the ceramic things we've had so far, there's like no dial options on those things, right? Like, you can't, like, all of the GMTs, they're all black dials. So fine. The Submariner, okay, we had the Hulk green ceramic and green dial, but I just don't see them trying to figure out, like, oh, what color Cerachrome goes with which dial on the Daytona when there's like 20 plus dials, I think, or more. I'm not I just don't see it working out.
I think, going back to your meme, that sort of screw down crown crowd, people
yes, exactly.
easily impressed.
100 IQ.
People are easily impressed by, like, any random feature, ceramic bezel, screw down crown kind of thing. They might think automatically that it's a good thing, it's an upgrade, but aesthetically it's not. And what are we exactly trying to do there? I don't know. I don't get it.
Exactly. It's a 100 IQ move. I was talking to my wife about Oyster Flex, her Yachtmaster. So she now has her beta watch in the Datejust. She's got her very special watch in the Gold Daytona, and the Yachtmaster sits there sort of in the middle. And she goes, oh, I could wear this to almost anything, the Datejust. I'm like, Yeah, you could pretty much wear the Yachtmaster to basically anything as well. It doesn't intimidate people necessarily, but you could also wear it to the restaurant too. There's really nowhere that you could go where this particular watch is out of place. It's cool in every situation,
And to be
except
honest,
cooking.
no, I mean, this is I always had a soft spot for the Yachtmaster in pink gold. But here's the thing also with an Everose or pink gold watch for a woman, a lot of people don't know the difference between the pink gold execution of Michael Kors and Rolex's Everose, right? Aesthetically.
Hmm.
So when a woman wears a watch like this, especially when it's proportioned right at 37,
Hmm.
people who don't know might simply think it's some sort of fashion watch, which in the case you just pointed out, it can go double duty on all these different ways,
Yes.
but also be something very elevated in the right context where people have the wherewithal to recognize it. Because yes, it comes from that heritage of the Rolex dive watch. It has some of the elements and aesthetics of it, but it's a very different looking watch, and it can look very elevated. But because it's a rubber strap watch too, and your wife was wearing this as her everyday driver at some point, no?
Yes. Yeah. So it was funny. When we were shopping at Van Cleef & Arpels, the director there wasn't really taking us that seriously, I don't think, and I'm not sure why. We were very deliberate. We needed something, so, and we were referred to them by another store. So, but anyway, after my wife flashed the Yachtmaster, they took a second look, and because she was talking about how she didn't mind Everose, that she actually might prefer it, even though her current rings were yellow, that going Everose wouldn't be bad. And then they're like, "Oh, that's a Rolex," and like they had no idea. They'd never seen one like that before. That configuration, that the Yachtmaster exists. I was like, "But that's actually a gold Rolex." And then all of a sudden, they started treating her way better.
Yeah. The power of the rich man sub. That's what it is.
What was weird though is I was wearing my Panda Daytona, so I don't know. In certain circles, you still need a gold Rolex to be treated seriously.
Well, I mean, that's why Mish has one, as you know.
And three.
Yes.
But yeah, now Ms. Expat also has the Palm dial Datejust. By the way, guys, I just dropped the link to Aussie Expat's channel, so please support Aussie Expat as well and subscribe to his channel.
Oh, thank you. My latest video, I'm doing my best impression of this with the bed
Yeah, I've seen
the
that.
bed shot.
Well, you don't. Unfortunately, you can't grow a beard, and that's the essential part of that video.
You should have. Yeah.
You have otherwise great genes, Aussie, but not for the beard, unfortunately.
Yeah, my wife's very happy with the Palm DJ. She's honestly desired it for a very long time. I prevented her from asking for it initially, so we didn't ask
Why
for
is
it out
that?
of release. I just
wasn't
thought
hype.
that yeah, it wasn't a hot watch, right? Like I didn't think it was going to be hot. I thought it was going to be dead simple. This was back when Datejust were in the case, okay?
Okay.
Like a Datejust was a watch that you would buy as a soft piece towards a hot one. And I said, if you ask for one, the real trouble would be you would get it, but I'm trying to Jones for another watch right now, and I don't think I want to buy any more soft pieces. Like when she asks us to like buy something soft, then that's when we'll get this one, okay? So just hold off. And then it became pretty apparent that these things were not friggin' landing. they just weren't coming in. We saw the Explorer come in, a brand new watch, a net new watch. You know, it wasn't the case from an OP36 and they put the Explorer dial in. No, a brand new friggin' watch started coming in volume before they got a date just out with a different dial, right? it's just complete madness. And once I started seeing that it was just completely ridiculously rare, I said, you really want it, right? Okay, all right, I'll ask her for it. And we also asked the other AD for it. We asked everyone we could ask for, you know, for that one. I asked every AD. I'd asked 5 ADs for that watch. Yeah, no joke. Thinking, you know, something will happen, right? It's a date just. It should come in, but yeah, no.
Dude, honestly, I mean, Eric Wind is waiting for this watch, so it's
Yeah.
not easy to get. I'm
Do
sure.
you know what configuration he wanted?
I think it's this one.
Okay.
I think it's this one.
As best as I can tell, this is the most common configuration being delivered. The one that my wife initially desired with Oyster and Smooth, I've only seen one example, you know, on social media ever. And you go on Chrono, there's no listings anywhere in the world for that watch. It's ridiculous. You want to find a Daytona? Endless listings, right? Like it's
Well, I mean,
not even.
I think this is just a rare combination, but I also don't. Again, you know, I have in many ways I have very common taste, right? You know, I rarely step. I want specific things, but those specific things happen to be probably the most iconic or usual combination. And for me, when I think of Datejust, it has to be Jubilee bracelet. It has to be the fluted bezel, because I really like.
You can't get that any other way. Well, yeah,
For
I
me,
get it.
so I'm not surprised that there are not many of these to begin with, and this is probably the most desirable configuration because it fits with that platonic ideal that a lot of people would have in their heads about, I want to date.
Yeah.
How should it be? How should it look?
Yeah, well, I think it's only slightly odd because the promotional video from this when it was released was on the Oyster and Smooth. And if you go into a Rolex store, they'll have screens up and this will appear on the screens in the Oyster and Smooth configuration. So the fact it's not the most delivered configuration does surprise me. But look, the wider market also thinks this is more desirable. Like if you ever see a listing for the Smooth configuration with Oyster, it's worth considerably less than this. So, you know, that is what it is.
I'll say one more thing again, not to assert it too much, but to me also, as subtle as it ultimately is, the palm dial, I really think it's also ornate. It's a little more decorative than the average dial. So to me, the combination of the smooth bezel, all stainless steel on an Oyster bracelet inspires a little more sportiness, a little more utility to me. So for that reason, I feel the palm dial on it. I'm not going to say it looks out of place, but it looks less at home. Whereas, like, you know, on this configuration, like I could take the blue fluted motif dial every day. I think that looks like $1 million.
Yeah. I mean, my wife does want to wear it in places that she doesn't want to wear the Yachtmaster as much. So we took it hiking on the weekend. So the Jubilee fluted thing out hiking. But hey, man, I don't know. I can't remember if we've had this conversation, but in the grand scheme of watches, the Datejust is a sports watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything with an Oyster case essentially checks off a lot of the boxes that people expect from a sports watch, if by that we mean really a daily driver, more or less.
Yeah. Yeah.
But a Datejust on Jubilee and with a fluted bezel has that jewelry-like aspect too. So you can get the utility out of the Datejust, but
Well,
also
it's a
kind of
sports
flat.
watch if your sports are tennis and golf.
Sure. Yeah.
It's a country club watch.
Perfect. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, that one. Yeah, look, I used to, again, I was kind of skeptical towards the fluted motif dials at the beginning, but since I've seen them in person, my opinion really changed. I think they are a nice, like they have this two-tone aspect to them, like it's like two different finishes basically of the same color, and I think it really introduces some dimensionality into the dial that I really like than a simple sunburst, which is just fine. I mean, that's what Rolex always does.
I think it's cool. I think it's cool. I do like the fluted green a fair bit. And these laser dial watches on Moda, like this green one, that's going for like 13,000. Like they're hot. Yeah. Which MSRP for reference is about 9 something. So yeah, these are hot, and they're just Datejust, I mean, they're fetching a higher premium than Submariners, basically. So these laser dials from Rolex, they're a hit. They're a hit. Although that being said, maybe there aren't. They're just rare. I don't know. It's really hard to work this out. Only recently I've started grappling with the concept that rarity and price premium don't actually have to match. Like I always, to me in my head, I was doing the backward math. If the premium's like only 5%, then it's really not that difficult to get. But yeah, there are discrepancies between that relationship. It's not a flat line that more premium equals harder to get and less premium means easy to get. It's not true. It's not true for AP. It's not true for every Rolex model.
Not necessarily, yeah. I think the reason, again, in this case, rarity might not be my word choice necessarily, but obviously, between the Date Submariner and Submariner, Rolex makes obviously much more of those than a Datejust with a very specific dial and a particular kind of configuration. So
Right.
I think, yeah, you can call that rarity. You can call that just limited numbers of production, relatively speaking. I think that's why. Look, I mean, that doesn't mean to say that the fluted motif dial is not necessarily well liked or anything like that. I'm not saying that, but they are essentially much more limited than a Submariner date. So
Yep.
it's gonna command a premium on the secondary market. Now, does that automatically make it impossible to get from a retailer? Not necessarily, again. So there are so many different layers of that question, of that problematic. I don't think they're as hot anymore, but I like the Wimbledon configuration as well, especially in two-tone.
Oh, in two-tone. Interesting.
Yeah, they look great. I almost bought one.
Yeah, very cool.
I mean, again, it's just like many other things. It's really a made-up moniker, but kind of the gold and green play along nicely, and it does inspire that kind of center court Wimbledon kind of vibe. Green and yellow, so it kind of works. and the slate I think blends in really nicely. The slate dial blends in really nicely with the rest of the watch, with the stainless steel core of the watch.
Hmm. I was offered the DJ36 of Wimbledon dial stainless steel, like really close to its release in 2021. I was close to buying it. It really is. It's nice. Like, I don't really buy into the hype of like everything that's got a nickname is hot. Like
No,
this
not
one's,
necessarily. You're
but
right.
it is a very, very nice watch.
I almost bought mine in rose gold, two-tone.
Hmm.
They sat on them for like almost a year, and then they got rid of them. And then they asked me like a few months back, like, "Oh, hey, remember when you wanted a Wimbledon?" I said, "Yeah." Like, "Were you interested in one?" I said, "No, not anymore."
Is that scary? Like, I don't know. I guess you guys are more used to selling a piece, occasionally, like, compared to me. Maybe I don't know. Have you sold
I'm
anything,
not.
Meech? I don't.
I don't
I don't
sell. Me
sell.
neither.
I've
Yeah.
sold 2 Rolexes, but those 2 Rolexes I
We're pre-owned anyway or
bought
something.
retail anyway. So other than
Yeah.
that, the
Oh, okay.
Rolexes I get at retail, I never sell.
Yeah. I mean, like, I at one point I was pushing a little harder to get a Yachtmaster, and she said no, basically. So I'm just like, okay. And I don't regret that didn't land. I'm not sure if I would have regretted it having landed. I mean, there's so many watches that are fantastic. It's just time, man. Time. Whether or not you have the occasion, and you do want to displace other pieces.
I mean, honestly, you in many ways, what sticks with me from what you said about your next watch, Oz, that you
Hmm.
don't want to side grade or get something at the same caliber, but something, perhaps a watch that in a way is obviously higher, obviously in a
Yes.
different price segment than what you already have, because you basically cleared out the Rolex catalog, so you have to go for a piece that's not even in the catalog, right? And I'm
Yeah.
not surprised by the fact that you start entertaining pieces like that rainbow this or like platinum that. It doesn't surprise me for that reason, because you have the basis covered. You have to do
Yeah.
something different at this point, unless you're going to a different brand.
No, exactly. Whatever comes next has to be a cherry, right? Basically.
Yeah.
I've got a cake made out of bread. It's not a fancy cake, but the best we can do is just top it off. But I have been looking at like all the off catalog pieces, and it's tricky, man. Like the all diamond platinum Daytona, I think. Is that the one that Marky Mark's got?
The the Pave dial, or the Mark Wahlberg special that you posted on the Discord a while ago.
I think it's a Mark Wahlberg special. Is that white gold or platinum? I can't remember. I was looking a little bit more details, but that's got a scary MSRP, because I think I saw it for a listing on Moda, and I'm like, wow, the MSRP and the listing price look scarily close. I don't need to lose my lunch. I mean, this watch, just in MSRP, is gonna cost more than my entire collection. So, sorry for having some reservation as well.
That's platinum, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
I guess at this point you can only tell that from the chronograph registers which are rendered in ice blue. But Yeah.
Wow, it's hard to tell. Those subdials don't look pushed up.
Yeah,
Is that
I
just
think the
my
reference
eyes?
is 116576 TBR. I think that's
Yeah,
what.
TBR. Yeah, and I think I was looking at this release 2014, so it has been around a while, but I don't see many pictures of it. I don't see much hype for it, which, yeah, I don't know. I just have
What
to think about like all these pieces, like all these off-catalog pieces. Like if I
what do
was
you
offered it,
reckon?
I need to be able to pull the trigger like that night. So I need to do my homework.
What do you reckon the price is on something like this? The retail.
I tried to figure this one out. I think this one's close to 200 or over 200. So like double the MSRP of the Rainbow. I think it's in that sort of range. And I think it gets there because one, it's platinum, so that's already MSRP high 90. And then you get to the pave dial, but then that bezel, and it it just kills it on price. I think it's pushing 200K MSRP. Whew, a tax bill on that. Wow.
Usually. Yeah,
That was
just
rough.
the tax alone, right?
Yeah, the tax would be like $20,000, something like that. Man, that two-tone Yachtmaster, so friggin' cool.
Yeah. I that's Meech's Yachtmaster next to a two-tone in pink gold and an oyster bracelet for the Wimbledon.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to basically pick which one I wanted. I mean, the Yachtmaster was superior in the long run, anyways. But I mean that in rose gold with the rhodium dial, man, I think that Wimbledon looks really great. Maybe it's the
Mm.
lighting in there too, but I think it just really looks great.
The only thing, again, mine is a just conservative mindset in a way. I just can't take a fluted bezel with an oyster bracelet. That's all. Otherwise, I think it looks great. But I would
I
still
tend to agree
prefer
with
the
you.
yellow gold. But yeah, I'll still prefer the yellow gold for the accent. But in either case, it looks great, and pink gold too. It just, yeah, my mind goes to Jubilee instantly when I see a fluted bezel.
Yeah, no, I think that's the normal reaction, or at the very
But
least
Meech,
thought
don't you
process.
like the substantialness of the oyster bracelet? So you've got your Batgirl for a while. I know you know what it feels like to have the oyster on like a sub.
Uh,
Um,
if anything, I like to kind of go the opposite way. Now, to be fair, first world problems, but I would like to kind of flex this a bit. But when you go from gold to the Jubilee bracelet, oh, it's like going from, I don't know, it really is going from gold to like titanium almost. That Jubilee bracelet feels feather light.
it is. It
And I
is.
love it. I love it. The Submariner is heavy enough the way it is, one. And then you add gold links to that. Well, I mean, you definitely feel it. And then the Day-Date, given its petite size, it's lady size. There's still a chunk of gold on your wrist there, which eventually, yeah, it does get a little heavy. So I personally, I mean, yeah, I mean, end of the day, I mean, if I had to pick one permanently, I would do oyster bracelet, sure. But that Jubilee is really hard to beat when you've got watches that have gold infused into them or just heavy in general.
Mm.
Um, yeah, it's hard to beat.
Yeah, I think between these two, you made the right choice. I think that's a great watch. Again, I know you like the black dial eventually, but that Yachtmaster, I think, really shines with the chocolate brown. I think that's also, for me, that's the root beer of the range for the modern range.
Yes.
Not fooled by the GMT Master in two tone, but even with the black dial, this looks great.
This would have cost a fair bit of money. The two-tone Yachtmaster. The
So
steel
I got
costs a bit of
mine at
money.
yeah, they still got but I got mine technically at a discount, so this is why I kind of actually ultimately ended up with a black one. So I think they're 15 at the time, anyways. They were like 15.5 out the door. So I got mine knocked down to like 15.2, if I remember right, 15.2 or 15.1 out the door, because so I bought this one for my girls at locally around me, and at the time they had this one. My Twin Cities dealer had just gotten in the chocolate dial one. And I basically went back and forth between the two dealers, and I said, "All right." I said, "I can, if I drive up there and see you, will you give me a discount?" And they said, "Nope. Yachtmasters are hard to get. They're incredibly hard to get. They're hard to get pieces. Complete luxury. All this bullshit." So I called my girls up and I said, "Hey, Twin Cities has got a chocolate dial up there one, and I'm halfway up there. Speak now, forever hold your peace." And they said, "Well, we'll give you $300 off." I was like, "All right, fuck it. 300 is better than nothing." So, yeah, I mean, I went with this one instead, and I still like it. I do like how the red it's more visible as compared to the chocolate dial. That red little line of text there. It's rare that Rolex. I don't know if it's nowadays, but it typically tends to be rarer in general. That
Oh, it
Rolex
still is.
does
It's just
red
the
writing.
Yachtmaster and the Steel Sea Dweller that have it. Yeah.
Yeah. And at the time, this one it was a little bit more uncommon. I don't know if I don't know if I'd use the word rare. Maybe this one is a little more undesirable, but at the time it was just more uncommon. So I went with the more uncommon one.
I've never seen one, I don't think.
Yeah, they're less
Yeah.
common. I mean, doesn't make them necessarily more collectible and more important, but certainly more
Yeah.
rare for sure. Because people usually, if you're going for that kind of bling, you probably don't mind going for the different dial as well. Hey, Chris, how are you? Nice to see you, man.
I will say though, I mean, I do tend to agree with Laura. Yeah, that chocolate dial is something great. And I know I've said this a couple of times. The Yachtmaster, the only watch that I really obsessed over, after I got to try it on. And I thought the chocolate dial was going to be the one that was going to seal the deal for me. The only time I really didn't like the chocolate dial is when you get it out in the sun and it just goes to this. It goes from a beautiful dark chocolate to this weird like tan color.
Orange. Okay.
No, it's not orange. It just goes to this really, really light tan color for some reason. I don't know.
I
It
mean,
actually looks like
you
shit
may
in the
still get the
pictures, too.
choice. I mean, I think RSC would do a dial swap if you really wanted.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the point, honestly?
Yeah, just for fun.
I
I mean,
suppose,
they
but then
don't
I'd have
allow
to
you
give
to
up my
keep the
dials.
dials anymore. It's so silly. It's
I'm
not
pretty
super
sure
silly,
if I
but
put
for a
in a request
Yachtmaster,
for
I
this
think that's
one,
silly. It's like, oh, could you please let me keep the black dial? Like
I
you're
don't
gonna
know.
make
When
a
it
huge
comes to
amount
a
of money there.
Yachtmaster, though, I feel like there might be an exception to that rule because, like, not too many people are going out of their way to, fuck around with the Yachtmaster because, I don't know, they're just they're expensive, like everyone says. They're expensive as hell. Um, but I'm pretty sure if I asked for this one, I'd get it less than like 2 months. I feel like
Hey, Gun Dog.
I'd get it quicker than the Rhodium. Put it that way.
I don't know how many of these get delivered, man.
Oh, for a while they used to be pretty fucking common.
Yeah. Okay. Because I mean, I was told like, don't even bother trying to get the Rhodium Yachtmaster.
Okay, the Rhodium's a different
Don't
story.
go for that.
All right, Rhodium's
Yeah.
different story, and so is the Superman. Those two are highly sought after. But when it comes to these two tones, the chocolate dials, forget about it. They're because shortly after I bought my Yachtmaster, like 2 months later, I went up to the Twin Cities and they had a display case full of the fuckers. So
my friend bought this one recently, and while I have, objections at my 100 IQ head, saying I prefer Yachtmasters that have a sort of a contiguous look to it, sorry, this blue is really pretty. It really is. Like in videos, it's really pretty.
I think
Oh
that's a
yeah.
beautiful dial. My take is, you already have the red writing, so I kind of feel, yeah.
If you talk through this watch, you end up saying no. But if you just watch videos of it, it's like, okay, that's pretty spectacular. That's really awesome.
Well, especially when you see that blue combined with the platinum and then the white gold, you know, like on the edge of the bezel, if that is white
Mhm.
gold. It definitely pops. But yeah, once you start wearing it and start getting scratches on it and scuffs on it, it just looks weird.
I think, this really takes the cake for me from the stainless steel range, because again, you get basically different tones of the same color, except for the dial, which is a little deeper, a little darker, a little more of an anthracite rather than silver, and then you get that baby blue or powder blue accents on the second dial and the writing. I think that's quite cool. I wish they offered. I know Rolex usually doesn't offer certi dials for what are essentially stainless steel models, but maybe because this has a platinum bezel, maybe at some point. But they don't really do that anymore. The certi dials, they seem to have left behind in the 80s and the 90s, which is a shame. I used to like them.
Mhm.
I wish this had a
While we're
tad
talking
bit more
about
of the baby
Yachtmaster, could we
blue.
pull up
course.
the Skittles version?
Sure.
I think it's an off-catalog piece. So
It is?
Oh, I know which one you're talking about, I think. Yeah, that thing's an atrocity.
jelly beans. Look, to me initially, I was like talking through it in my head. I don't like the idea of dressing up a Yachtmaster. I mean, in the current sort of Oysterflex ceramic black dial version, and then throwing gems on it, sort of. I think it sort of goes against it. So it's like my 100 IQ talking through the design elements, but I don't know. I just love the diamond triangle, and then just it's just a crazy bezel. It's what can I say? It's just a fun watch. So it was a 2015 Baselworld release for the Yachtmaster with the gem set bezel. I don't know if it's got a true nickname. I've heard Skittles,
I
but
think maybe
I've also heard jelly beans.
Frutti or something.
Tutti
Tutti
Frutti,
Frutti,
yeah,
maybe?
something like that.
Let's see.
I might pull out my Yachtmaster from the safe tomorrow. We'll see.
That, by the way, was a very tasteful late hour show from Italian TV. That was my
Tutti Frutti.
that was my erotica kind of resource when I was a young teen.
Yeah, the Sats. It's a great photo, but man, I just love the diamond triangle. It reminds me of Iron Man's, power core in, like, I think Iron Man 3, where he has a triangle. Yeah, this is cool. This is the kind of thing I'm thinking about. Like, if I could be offered something like this, as in I want something off catalog or gem set, something special. This is something I'd have to say yes or no to very quickly.
How much do you think they would ask for something like this?
I think this is probably in the 80K range.
Okay.
I think so. Regular one's probably like 28, 29, I think, and then this crazy bezel probably puts another 40K on top of it.
Wow.
So yeah, I think so.
Looks
It's
like
hard
something
to
a
find
clown
any
threw up.
info on this kind of stuff. Look, you wanna throw up?
I'm just saying, it looks like something a clown threw up. I mean, it's just I don't like this fucking thing.
Well, Meech already had his share for the next decade when he said he liked that certi dial on the Platinum Yachtmaster. I think you don't want to
Yeah,
force
yeah.
this
That's
too
it.
much.
This is where I draw the fucking line.
Is this just too silly? It's too wacky.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
Like it's not garish though, right? Or is it? Is this wacky?
It just reminds me of a pack of gummy bears, you know.
Exactly.
For
Exactly. It's a bit of
someone who
fun
lives
for $80,000.
Oz, for someone who actually lives in Las Vegas, I think this could be a cool watch. Actually, I mean, I'm not even saying that jokingly. Like to go. I know it's not really your scene, even though you are in Vegas, but to
Yeah.
go to the casino and to go to those kinds of hotels,
Yeah.
it actually like looks right off that place. But I also know that you are kind of nomadic. You're itinerant. So I'm not
Right.
sure if you are gonna stay in Las Vegas forever, and suddenly you might find yourself very out of place with a watch like this too.
Well,
That's true.
this watch would look great in Miami, Ozzy.
That's true. That's true.
My
Yeah.
wife and I, we keep talking about moving to Florida, so that could end up happening.
There you go.
Yeah, I just think it's silly, Like I was talking to, I won't mention. It's not something you don't like. I just won't mention. But I was like, I would really like a nice wallet, but I haven't found one. Right? I just haven't found one. And the idea came up of just getting a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Velcro wallet. And to me, that's just me. I love just massive juxtaposition. So I'll pull my card out that I can put like $1 million on out of my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle wallet to pay for like this $100,000 watch.
Yeah, make sure everyone can hear that Velcro coming undone too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Listen and wait, boys.
old Meech wears the Velcro on his shoes. You can have it on your wallet. It's good.
I did actually try find a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles wallet. There's a few that are actually quite tasteful looking, but the true Velcro ones still exist. Man, they look really bad. I wish it just looked a little bit better, but just like the stitching's just way off and the borders are just willy-nilly. I'm like, oh man, I'm not sure if I can pull that. But I did suggest perhaps I have a real wallet and I have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles wallet as well. And I can choose whether or not I want to pull the gag or not.
Look, I mean,
Ozzy, do you remember the duct tape wallets back in high school? They were big for me.
Oh yeah,
Anyways,
absolutely. Yeah,
yeah, that's what you need, like a duct
I
tape
had it for
wallet.
years, and I had and it was held together with nothing but tape. Eventually,
This was like years ago, but I remember I was at a restaurant. I was waiting in line for the couple to pay in front of me. And this dude is probably, I don't know, like mid-30s. He pulled out his wallet. It's like one of those duct tape ones. I'm like, yo, what a trip!
it's actually that duct tape wallet is basically a great metaphor for anyone who is into collecting watches. Basically your entire finances are held together by duct tape and gumballs at a certain point.
That's awesome. Yeah. No, I love that. I love the whole high-low thing. Like, look, we're all fans of Archie. And one of Archie's
Yes.
main points of his whole channel is that sort of thing. Is that okay? These are really nice watches, but you don't have to be a nice person.
Chris Dixon says Tom Ford wallet is the way forward. This is the way. I kind of like I have my Goya wallet. I kind of like it, even though old ladies in Beverly Hills make fun of me, saying like, oh, isn't that the brand that girls get bags from? And I usually say, well, I'm just trying to express my feminine side. But I kind of like it. It's too predictable, and mine is also green. Green Goya for the wallet is just so tacky. It's so good. I mean, it's
Lord, they would
so
have a
obvious.
field day. Me.
So good. Love it. And yes, also, attracting old ladies in Beverly Hills is actually a good thing.
Well, I mean, I still have my
Well, it's a good thing
Cartier
for the
wallet.
wallet. Yes, yes.
It really is. Hey, look, I mean, I'm not getting at this point, the way I'm aging, I'm not even getting free drinks at the gay bar anymore. So I have to find my way around this world.
Yeah.
Yes, of course, it's Mandalorian, man. Come on. Come on. We're all dorks here, Chris.
Mhm.
Don't feel alone.
Speak for yourself, Lord.
Well, yeah, I guess. But I mean, you know the Mando reference. Come on. Don't pretend.
I,
I,
I
I,
don't know what you're
I
talking
carry
about, Lord.
weapons everywhere. It is part of my religion now. I am an American.
I still have yet to watch season 3. Has season 3 just started, or is it like completely done?
I
I'm
think
not
they
touching Mandalorian. Like season 2 is just horrifying, so I'm not coming back.
I think they put they're not rationing it. I think they put the whole season up. But I don't have Disney Plus right now, so I haven't dipped into it. I actually haven't watched the second season either, but I adored the
Oh,
first
skip it.
season. So I don't know what to do because Ozzy has been telling me that it's not that great. So
Yeah,
I'm
no, it's not. I
It's
would
terrible.
skip it, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, skip. Like season 1 was really incredible because it had just episodes that were, relatively well contained. There was some JJ sort of mysteries that you knew they would never be able to solve, like how like the three-fingered creature, like, oh, okay, where is its family? Why is it a baby? How does this all work? They're never explaining that. You knew that right from the beginning. It's like they've just written themselves into a hole, and they actually never address it. They changed the mission from returning him to his people to, oh, let's just throw him into the hands of the heartless Jedi.
well,
Yeah.
on the other hand, I mean, they sometimes retrofit things and invent like different names for people who didn't have a name, who didn't have a first name, etc. Like
Hmm.
they, I don't even know, I don't even remember they I think made up a first name for Palpatine, for example, even though George Lucas never had one for him.
Hmm.
Um, and same thing with Yoda. I mean, in the prequel trilogy, I think they had put in one of the scenes a female member of the species as part of the Jedi Council. But in the original universe, he was kind of, you know, pièce unique, as they say in the Watch world. It was a one of a
Yes.
kind thing. He didn't really have an entire back history or like a planet written out for him. Yoda was Yoda, and
Yeah.
that was so it has proven very hard for Disney. Again, I'm trying to be kind here without really unleashing my entire, baggage on it. It's proven very hard for them to make up anything truly original.
Hmm.
So as they are trying to make up these pieces that kind of fit in the original story, that's even more difficult for them. I think it's proving even more difficult for them because all they know is how to recycle certain things, and I'm
Yeah.
not surprised that they couldn't actually overcome that. They couldn't actually write something that made a lot of sense. I mean, they need to invent an entire planet, and even George Lucas kind of fucks up when he does that in the original trilogy. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
The Ewok debacle in the in Empire, sorry, Return of the Jedi. I mean, that's ridiculous. Like it's not even.
Meech, did they get to the Veil of the Force in the shows or what we've seen so far?
I don't know. So I'm actually finishing up the Bad Batch, and it's finally getting good here. Like the last 2 episodes, I'm pretty sure they're gonna drag this out into season 3, but it's finally getting to a point here. But I have not watched Mandalorian yet on season 3, so couldn't tell you.
Yeah, so sorry, Lord. I was trying to get to the Veil of the Force because there was a lot of rumors about this this basically universe plot device that allowed them to basically go full multiverse and completely erase canon and come back and do
Okay.
whatever the hell they want. A justification to just get themselves out of the writing holes.
Honestly, Aussie, I would rather prefer that than having them recycle the same things over and over again, because how many times can the rebels acquire, you know, the plans for the deadly weapon of mass destruction?
One more time.
How many times
I know.
can you ride into the
As an
eye
adult,
of the storm? You know, I mean, it's okay. You know, they
no,
can, if
yeah.
Metaverse
As an
can help
adult,
them fix it, why not?
yeah. As a kid, I didn't notice that was happening, but as an adult, I'm like, oh wait a minute, the Death Star was in this movie, and that movie as well. And I'm like, is the Empire stupid? Like, what the hell? Like, they just keep creating this colossal failure every time. It's so ridiculous.
What pisses me off though is Disney kind of shits or maybe bypasses some of the most interesting stories that you could like potentially see here. So I don't know. So like in the Bad Batch here, so basically they basically do like they cover the destruction of Kanemo, like the clone's homeworld, and they cover it in less than like 2 minutes. Like that could have been that could be an entire movie right there just in general. The battle between uh former clones trying to fight essentially their brothers on their home world, but they just covered it in like less than a minute, and it was so underwhelming, so disappointing. It's like you have a very rare opportunity to create a very long and interesting story arc, and they're like, nah, screw it, it's too long, it's going to cost too much money.
And
Let's just cover it in a
honestly,
minute.
but by the way, I mean, again, I'm saying this as a fan of the prequel trilogy. Actually, I think it ages really well compared to Disney productions of out of the Star Wars universe, especially. But the reveal of the clone army and that visit by Obi-Wan to Kamino, that was actually one of the very interesting twists in that prequel trilogy that I actually appreciated, and that actually caught me off guard. Right, it wasn't the kind of reveal like, you know, I am your father kind of thing, but it was still like, what, like, Sifo Dyas, who is that? You know, who ordered this army, right? You know, it was kind of this twist that really caught me off guard suddenly, right? You know, I was expecting that there would be some kind of nefarious plot that would throw the entire galaxy into disorder, rather than you know, allowing the droids to simply win or create havoc. But I just wasn't expecting that. So
do we all agree that, you know, with Disney that the sequel trilogy is just trash and should be forgotten about?
I mean, if you're not including Star Wars Episode 3, yes, I would agree for the most part.
Wait, what? No, I mean the sequel trilogy, as in the Rey onward.
Well, the thing is, people like to include Episode 3 into that because it was made after everything else, because that's kind of like the starting point. But
no, not really. Not Episode 3 was made long before Disney acquired the rights to.
right, but I hate how most people tend to lump it in that with that. I mean, I don't get why some people do.
Why?
Because it's I don't know, for some reason it's not part of the original trilogy, because the nerds really like to split the hairs at that point. It's like, oh, it's after the original trilogy. It's like, fuck off.
Wait,
It's like,
Episode 3? What?
Episode 3 was the last, in my opinion, the last great Star Wars film.
Wait, can you name the episode so we get over this hump of confusion? What's the title of the movie that you're talking about right now?
Oh, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. That came out like in 2008.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's part of the original trilogy because it kind of ties everything together nicely, in my opinion. But yet some people like will like to say like, oh, it's it came out after the original trilogy, after all the original movies, so it falls into the new category of what the fuck is it? Han Solo, fucking all the fucking new junk that comes out. I don't know why it gets lumped in with that.
Interesting. Well, anyway, I mean, none of the new media or even merchandise seems to be coming from the sequel trilogy. Like, it seems Disney's intent on just saying, we really messed up here. There's nothing to go on.
I, I
I,
mean,
Thought
I
so
know a
much.
couple that named their daughter Ray.
Gross.
really,
No offense, but gross. What the fuck? That's stupid.
And
mean,
it was only
there-
after the first movie they named her Ray, and I'm just rubbing my hands together. I'm like, this is a train wreck. But I thought it was going to be a train wreck because there were clear, fan theories that had a lot to them that Ray was actually Palpatine's daughter, right? And it's sort of sort of, there's something in there. But yeah, it's like I thought she was just going to go full Darth, honestly, but they didn't even have the balls to do that.
I mean, if they named her after Ray Charles or something, or Sugar Ray Robinson, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe they are
Uh,
just jazz fans and
No, no,
rock.
no, no. They absolutely, they're a couple of wokies, and I pissed them off so hard. Like when, he was virtue signaling about, I don't know, the environment and stuff like that. It's like, oh, that's why you just traded in your sedan to get a large SUV. Oh yeah. Here's me walking to work. Fuck me, I guess I don't
I,
care about the environment enough.
I hated like that some of the theories are like, oh, like Ray and Kylo Ren are gonna fall in love and stuff like that. Like, no, what the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Look, I mean, the original trilogy did have, entanglements and a love story at the heart of it. It did have elements of comic relief. But how many times can you, use those same elements again? It's just they just have to do something new finally. And if that horrible trilogy that they did with the 789, technically I think that's how they plot into that timeline.
Yes.
If that helps them sideline that story and do something else with the universe, honestly, I'm more interested in that than anything else at this point, because they have milked this story, I think, long enough. And unless they're doing something new with it,
Well,
or
that's the problem. Like the sequel trilogy is just so moribund in terms of trying to build anything off. They haven't even attempted to do so. They've abandoned that. And so that's why I was getting to the Veil of the Force, like I was saying, that there's fan theories about this thing being able to retcon the sequel trilogy out of existence. But if you look at what they've been creating since the sequel trilogy, on Disney Plus, basically, the sequel trilogy doesn't exist. It just doesn't.
I mean, that's what I want to pretend, and again, you see my face. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
fine with representation. There's no problem with it, but just for the sake of it, without having a good story first, have a plot, have an original story. If you have a good story, people can identify with it, no matter what their, gender expression,
Yeah.
racial background, ethnic, whatever. No one cares. That's the point of a good story. If you have a good plot, it will be identifiable. People can relate to it. That is the point of having some sort of universal appeal. it's
Hey,
not
look,
gonna happen, you know, just
it's
by
it's it's also enough just to have
cyber
good
fact.
characters. You know,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's it.
I've often said that like a lot of comedies are ruined because in a feature film setting, there's always this expectation to have a plot. But honestly, the plot usually ruins most comedies. That it would just be fun to just see these these characters that were presented to you just do more stuff. That would be fine. But in the case of the Mandalorian, like I'm happy to see him do side quests for a few seasons. You know what I mean? I don't need some overarching meta quest to tie everything in the universe and save this and that together. Just have him fucking just struggle to pay the rent for a week. That'd be funny.
I think I think that's your high IQ brain, Ozzy, honestly. Because look, I mean, with comedies, you do have a point in the sense that if you prefer situational comedies, the series format fits in really well, right? Where you don't even have to have a meta narrative, you don't have to have an overarching story. You can just have episode after episode that are pretty discreet, and sometimes you have subplots, sometimes you have some sort of character development, but like you said, essentially what's most important is to have uh, those sorts of character traits that clash against each other, or that are thrown into situations which create something funny out of it, like Kramer having a new business idea every so often, right? So it's it just works. In the film, I think you're right, they expect something else, and maybe the film is not necessarily the right format, like feature film is not necessarily the right format for the kind of comedy you like.
Mhm.
But I think for a series in a franchise, for them to fuck around that way, that would be like a YouTube series kind of thing. It's too niche. I think it's too rarefied for mainstream streaming still.
I think one thing that pisses me off about George Lucas is his take on General Grievous, because General Grievous had such a first off, he's
What
the
is
coolest
it?
character in
First,
general.
I actually missed out on that. So explain, please, what Lucas's take on Grievous is.
So, like, if you watch the 2008, maybe 2002, excuse me, animated series, General Grievous is like essentially like Darth Vader on steroids, essentially. He's just a super, basically the super droid that has learned how to use lightsabers, and he's expert. Is like his only, and I know it sounds kind of cliche, but his only reason for existing is to just kill Jedi. Like that, I mean, he has huge beef against the Jedi. He actually has a very sad backstory, but this is going too far back. Anyways, he was just this mega droid that just was dominant on the battlefield, and he was like a huge problem. He was essentially the face of the of the droid army. And when we kind of forward up to Star Wars Episode 3, George Lucas didn't like him because he thought, well, one, General Grievous is going to overshadow Darth Vader, and two, they're too similarly alike, which he kind of had a point. So rather than kind of give General Grievous like his entire potential of being this absolute monster who was absolutely terrifying.
Slow down a second. Is General Grievous basically RoboCop?
Essentially, yes. Like so basically, Count Dooku essentially set him up and blew up his ship to the point where and he basically kind of groomed him to like really just hate the Republic.
Okay, but there's a few morsels of human in there.
I think it's also Mace Windu force chokes him at some point, and I think that's
he crushes his chest. That's why he's always coughing in Episode 3.
Jedi scum.
But like he has such an amazing storyline because he like in the comics he's absolutely brutal. He takes no prisoners, and he actually has like this adventure where he actually fights Darth Maul. I mean, like, come on now, who wouldn't want to see that? A four-armed cyborg fighting Darth Maul. I mean, come on. I mean, that's just shit. That's just cream of the crop right there. And then, of course, after Obi-Wan Kenobi kills him, he's actually rebuilt again. He actually gets rebuilt a couple different times and kind of wreaks havoc throughout the galaxy as well. But no, George Lucas instead just kind of uses them as like a short storyline, makes him like look like a coward half the time, and then just never uses him to his full potential and just tosses him aside. It's like unbelievable, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Yeah, I can see that.
in the same way, I think, yeah, Darth Maul gets killed pretty quickly too within that prequel trilogy. You know,
Oh yeah,
I know he comes back, you know, in the extended universe more or less, but you know, that was for me a very, I don't know, that was a downer for me, even though I still love the whole choreography of that you know, lightsaber battle between Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul. Still
I
remains.
think the music is really good in that scene, but the actual action is.
I was just gonna say, just like the Battle of Mustafar, you know, I think that those are some of the best integrations of theme music into lightsaber choreography. The Obi-Wan Anakin battle at the end and the duel of fates.
no, Lloyd,
Yeah,
you
but
said you
like
never
in
watched
terms of
the animated
emotional
series.
content during a fight, I think most fights have more emotional content. Like, take a look at Total Recall. That's got better fight scenes than the Star Wars prequels.
Yeah, I guess the aesthete side of me takes over when it comes to that, and you can really see, you know, contrasting the prequel to both the original trilogy and the sequel trilogy. You can kind of see how much they toiled over coming up with some sort of choreography. I mean, even the whole scene where, you know, they come to rescue Palpatine, you know, where he's watching the entire intergalactic battle from his throne.
Mm-hmm.
And he tries to, you know, intimidate them himself when Count Dooku comes in and says, like, you know, you're no match for him. He's a Sith Lord. And you know, that Obi-Wan turns and says, like, you know, this Sith Lords are a speciality. It's beautiful, and the way they made that old man with a stunt double somehow rage through that battle, you know, when he was so frail and so close to actually dying. Christopher Lee, who is still one of my favorite actors of all time, by the way. I think his, man, of all things he did, actually, I think I'm trying to remember the name of the movie, but he plays the Pakistani national leader, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, in a movie. I think that's absolutely brilliant. Let me see what that movie is called. I think it's just called Jinnah. Yeah, it's called Jinnah, 1998. That's the story of Pakistan's emergence, and it's a pretty good one. And you know, the fact that Christopher Lee plays the Pakistani national leader is, I think, enough of a stretch that it really redeems itself when it actually works. But yeah, I love that man. And also one of my favorite Bond villains too, Scaramanga, the man with the golden gun. Yeah.
For some reason, I think I watched a movie with Christopher Lee in it the other day, but I don't know. For some reason, it doesn't make sense. I watched Galaxy Quest. No, it doesn't make sense. The movies I watched, I know he's not in it, but for some reason, I know I've seen him recently. But anyway, but yeah, I watched Galaxy Quest. You could see Tim Allen throughout that movie wearing the 16.520 Daytona. It was awesome.
Nice.
Galaxy Quest really holds up. It really, really holds up. Just switching gears into the Trek world.
By
The
the
one
way,
thing that I did. Go ahead.
there's a chronograph, there's a pre-Daytona that actually makes its way to a Bond watch. Like Lazenby wears, I think, a 6238, I want to say.
Wow.
So check that out. When I was little, I automatically assumed that it was a Daytona, but I later looked into it, and it turns out it's one of those pre-Daytona Rolex chronographs that he was wearing.
Interesting.
And Lazenby's, again, kind of, I think that's a very underrated movie, but underrated perhaps for the right reasons, because he came in and went out as as quickly as he had come in. And he has a great story, by the way. At some point, I watched a documentary about George Lazenby and his involvement on Her Majesty's Secret Service. I'm trying to remember what that documentary was called. Yeah, that always intrigues me. The fact that he filled those shoes actually pretty well, and then
No,
complete.
they didn't make a mistake with him. I mean, he just retrospectively, stupidly didn't accept more movies. It's just okay.
which is strange, of course, because I don't know how he talked himself out of that contract, because okay, it's said always that Ian Fleming had in mind Cary Grant to cast as Bond. Sean Connery was apparently a later choice, or a second choice, if you really want to say it that way. And basically, Ian Fleming watched Charade, if I'm not mistaken, at that time. This Cary Grant, Audrey Hepburn movie where Cary Grant plays like a retired cat burglar who turned into some sort of double agent. And he had in mind to cast him as Bond, but he never wanted to sign up to a multi-movie project. He said, I would play it once and then move on. And that's why they turned to Sean Connery, who is obviously one of my idols, because he plays the Bond with a toupee from the very beginning. I have a similarly receding hairline. So, but yeah, that, joking aside, I think Lazenby actually came in pretty well. I love Roger Moore so much, so I wouldn't have things any other way, but I would have loved to see Lazenby, in a couple of other movies before Roger Moore came in, quite honestly, because I think it was great, but in a way, I don't know if they knew anything about it. Becoming Bond doesn't say much about that, because they intimate that he was kind of going off the rails already through the filming of the movie and towards the end. But the movie ends in a such an unusual way for a Bond movie, in a sense, like, he falls in love and gets married. That's strange, with Bond. Yeah, so I don't know what they would have done with that story arc if Lazenby actually stayed. And I know, I don't want to give any spoilers. I know that doesn't quite work out, but like, it just seemed like a very strange way to have a Bond story end to begin with. So I don't actually know if they had an idea that Lazenby wasn't quite cutting it for one way, for a mental reason, perhaps.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we all grew up with our favorite Bonds. I mean, for me, that was Dalton. And retrospectively, I really do like the Dalton movies the best.
Which is very interesting, by the way. No one quite appreciates Dalton.
I just love how gritty his 007 is. You know what I mean? It's violent. It's scary. You know.
I think I will say it this way. I think people going back now from Daniel Craig, people would appreciate Dalton a lot more. People who like Daniel Craig as Bond would appreciate Dalton a lot more if they went back and rewatched those movies. And by the way, Amazon Prime actually has the entire catalog. In addition to The Sound of 007, which is one of the best documentaries ever done on soundtracks, by the way. It's a great
It is
007
good.
documentary, but the way they actually went in to how much of the movie and how much of the story it makes, and how it adds multiple layers of significance to a lot of these turning points in the Bond movies. The entire soundtrack, the theme songs in particular, it's a great production. And you appreciated Ozzy? You liked it?
Yeah. So you know, I upgraded my sound systems last year, and I really enjoyed that particular documentary. And you know, unironically, the sound during that documentary is very, very good.
And it has so many great moments too, like even something as pedestrian as John Barry and the Duran Duran talking shit about each other. It was amazing. Like, Duran Duran says, like, he's kind of like a difficult person to work with, but if you learn to listen to him, blah blah blah. And John Barry just comes on the screen suddenly, pops on the screen and says, like, these guys, they would come around and play a little bit. What kind of way of work is that? Like, what kind of work is that? Like, it's completely the opposite of a rock star approach to music. The kind of guy who stays up on his piano, composing through the night.
What's your favorite Bond theme? Mine is the one that Aha did. I can't remember the name now. I know I'm confusing A View to a Kill. I think it was Duran Duran, but the one by Aha, I think it might be License to Kill. That's my favorite. I just love it.
For sure, a Dalton Bond. Wait, which one is The Living Daylights? That's what it is.
Living Daylights. That's it. Yes. Yeah.
My favorite Bond theme. The original doesn't count, right? Because that kind of is
the actual Bond theme.
Yeah, I mean, that's woven into every single one. Okay.
Right.
Can I have two choices? Like, one as a song purely, and well, I mean,
Yeah.
I love Chris Cornell. I think as a vocalist, as a voice, I love Chris Cornell. And
yeah,
and
I like the lyrics to that song a lot. A lot. I love the lyrics.
It's a great way to reintroduce Bond.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of cribbing, all these things they did in the documentary as well. So you can catch me with this, Ozzy. I don't know if all the audience will, but, like, the way they teased out a lot of the conventional ways of introducing Bond, and waited really until the end to have that line, Bond, James Bond. And that one of my favorite Bond lines ever, by the way, is from that movie, when he says, shaken or stirred, and he says, do I look like I give a damn?
Yeah.
That's like one of my favorite lines in the entire franchise. But
it's very cute.
Yeah. Yes, it is cute, but it's also just, it fits because, look, I mean, here's the thing. Bond is a 60-year franchise. So
Yeah.
if you take yourself too seriously, it's too much. Like, you would really buckle under the weight of
Sure,
that
sure.
franchise. You will also, Bond was most popular at the height of the Cold War. Now, we have different geopolitical games, some aspects of which might resemble the Cold War, but we also live in a cultural environment where people don't perceive the world in that way anymore.
hmm
So a Bond that takes itself too seriously and doesn't dwell with this meta level questioning, where Bond is obsolete in a way, where Bond
Yeah.
is not the same, where, you know, it comes up in the conversations with Q, for example, in Daniel Craig movies, you know, that
Well,
I
so
can't do
so
those
this is an interesting aspect, 'cause, you know, like Bond aging in terms of cultural, how would I say, cultural environment, and I think Dalton is the most modern Bond. Like, there isn't a split second in that movie where he's really worried. Do you get what I'm saying? Like in Daniel
Yeah.
Craig, he's still a fossil for some reason.
And you know, they had started that sort of questioning already with Brosnan's version, you know, where M kind of dismisses him at the very beginning of GoldenEye with this idea, you know, you're just a
Yes.
fossil of the Cold War, you know, we don't really need you in that same way anymore.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, you're right in a way. I think Dalton is probably the last. In many ways, he's the last Bond. Anyone who comes after him is kind of the, you know, the ones who deal with that legacy. In the Brosnan era, it's mostly brushed off. Brosnan is like, I mean, he's a good actor. I like him. I like him as a person as well as a character. You know, as a family man, etc.
Yes. Yeah. He's a nice guy.
But I think he's kind of a patchwork Bond. Like, he's kind of Roger Moore with a little bit of Sean Connery, little bit of this, little bit of that, and at the end, it doesn't quite come together as an original iteration of the character, you know. Where Daniel Craig is, in a way, you know, best parts of Dalton, but with serious psychological. Well, let's not get too carried away, but some psychological depth. Let's put it this way. What do you think, El Profesor? What's your favorite Bond? And do you actually like Daniel Craig?
No, he's an idiot.
Look, anyone who wears a moon swatch does carry that label, unfortunately.
Exactly. Thank you. That's it.
You know,
I want to.
El Profesor, I think the main reason you hate Bond is that you hate Craig is that Vesper scene in the train when he says to the question Rolex, he says Omega. I think that's why you hate Daniel Craig. Let's admit it. You just can't stomach the fact that he advertises Omega so obviously, so, you know.
Although he wears in private, he wears a Rolex.
Of course. I have a picture. Wait, let me share that.
He does? Oh, that's awesome.
He does. He
That's
does.
awesome.
Yeah, didn't Omega like pay him like
I wanna
millions
see it.
for him to stop wearing his personal collection to like high level events?
Well, he might have been wearing the Rolex just to draw out the $1 million, right? The millions, you know.
Yeah,
They go,
he may
we
have
paid a
used-
lot of money, but we didn't. This is the loophole in the contract. You got to stop. You got to stop. Here's more bucks.
He may have used it as a leverage. You're right, but you know, he is a watch guy. He actually did the No Time to Die watch. I think was at least integrated some ideas that he had about the design. But this is This is him on a very off-duty look, wearing a Rolex. This was before the debacle. A 1675 Pepsi.
Oh, really? A classic. Huh.
Yeah,
There you go. There you go.
yeah, that's my Bond.
Yeah, that's the right guy. No.
No, okay. Let's leave. Okay, let's leave Daniel Craig out then. Professor, tell us who your favorite Bond is, if you like Bond movies to begin with. I think you are the kind.
No,
of
no, I do. Like all of you. I grew up. I'm sorry, it's a little bit early here, and it's snowing again. I don't know what's going on with this weather in the UK. We never see snow, and it's snowing.
Oh, boo hoo hoo!
Especially
Tell me
where
your
I am.
fucking sorrows, Jesus.
Well, I'm sorry,
He's in
you're thinking he's
Minnesota.
sinking in snow. For the British people, snow is only for the affluent when they go to Switzerland.
Well, you do go to Switzerland pretty often, Professor. So let's not.
No, yeah, okay. I'll dig a grave for myself. But no, like all of you, I do like the Bond movies. I think the more recent ones have been closer to more action related. He seems to be using Daniel Craig seems to be using the pistol the right way. He knows how to shoot. The older guys were shooting with one hand and all that.
Yeah, but he's
You know.
still like doing this Weaver stance thing. He's
Yeah, it's
teacupping.
okay, but
A teacup.
they have improved. No, he has improved quite a bit. If you look at the more recent movies.
Oh, okay. In Casino
has-
Royale, he's doing this, and I
No,
think
yeah,
it was
yeah.
pretty much the same
He
with Brosnan.
improved.
Yeah.
Yeah, he improved because I know the guy who did the training for him for the last two movies, and he comes from the SAS.
The
So-
last movie was, as a gun guy, the last movie was horrendously bad because there's a point in the movie.
Maybe they fired
where-
my friend.
No. It doesn't really have to do anything with Daniel Craig, but as a gun guy, I'm really into AKs. I love AKs. And I've got shorty AKs, I've got big AKs. And there's a point where he gets a shorty AK. And for reference, the shorty AK is the loudest gun that I own, because you're firing a rifle round out of a short barrel. It's just huge fireballs. And when I'm in competition, someone has to come behind you with like a timer, and there's like and people, they always comment on my short AK. They're like, fuck, that's nasty. Like they just can't do it. And I've tried to run behind someone who's firing my AK. I'm like it's just hitting you in the chest at how loud. It just, like, if you tone it down from 160 decibels down to 90 decibels and record it, it sounds like a massive like car door slamming into a car. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. It's a huge sound. And then in the Daniel Craig, when he picks it up, I'm like, yeah. And then it's like this sort of impotent, sort of rapid fire generalized sound, and it sounds just like the pistols. It sounds like just like the 9mm that's coming out of that other lady's MP5. It's just
For me,
but just to be fair, I don't think it's his problem. The problem is with movies. As the comment says, it's but he does hold the gun differently, and he does it in, I don't know which movie now, but I know that the production hired somebody to train him how to shoot properly. So anyway, that's that. But it's Hollywood. It's a movie, and it's you see most of them shooting with one hand, and if you try and shoot with one hand, it becomes impossible in real life. Plus, they do these odd shootouts where people die with one bullet, and people don't die with one shot unless it's a well-placed shot, as you know. Anyway, too early for this kind of discussion, but the Bond ones, I particularly love the classiness of Roger Moore. He is the typical British public school boy who goes to become a spy in a metaverse world. It doesn't exist. Such kind people, very, very classy people. And I love him because he also played into the Pretenders. Was it the Pretenders? Or yeah, with the American actor, I forget what's his name, Lee, something Lee. This was a show in the 60s in the UK. Yeah, very, very classy man, Roger Moore.
I like the guy more than I like the movies. He holiday, winter in Switzerland and summer in Monaco. He knew what was good. He knew what was good.
He knew. And no, I liked him a lot. And I think, Lord, you said the man with a golden gun.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
him against Christopher Lee. That was great.
Oh, Christopher Lee, fantastic actor. I feel a little bit of affinity to Christopher Lee because he went to the same school where my son is attending. I'm not going to say which one, but he went to two schools. And I do see his name appearing quite frequently, but I do like that movie in particular because it displays a lot of gold. And for me, gold, yellow gold, although I cannot wear it for many reasons, it's interesting how in that movie gold became, a very important theme. The bullet, the gold, the golden bullet, the golden gun, the ring, the watch, the Midas Rolex watch, the ring, all of it became, turned into a very interesting thing. And the whole location, the whole theme about Asia is very interesting because it's still early 1970s, very much British Empire, Hong Kong, we have colonized Asia, but it's an interesting take, and it steers away the public from the usual tone of, Switzerland, Monaco, Monte Carlo, UK, Bahamas, US, which was an earlier theme. Now it becomes a bit of Asia. So I found it very interesting. And then the scene where it's completely, it's the extreme theme where he goes into a fight, martial arts fight with with the army of karate students. And then the ones who save him are the two young girls who beat up everybody. And then there is this sheriff, this American sheriff that gets pickpocketed by an elephant or something in Thailand or something like that. But
Yeah,
it's a very interesting, I love
the idiot American, right? That kind of southern guy, supposedly. Yeah.
Yeah, the Texas, Louisiana, whatever, some forgotten state. I remember when I first went to the South in America, I arrived, I have to say it was in South Carolina. No offense to the South Carolinans, but I arrived there and I had my first discussion. I said, hi. They said, hi, where are you coming from? I said, oh, Athens. And
Ohio.
they said, oh, they said, yes, Ohio. No, the one guy said Georgia. I said, Georgia? Yes. He said, aren't you from there? I said, no, can't you understand from my accent? He said, you're from Ohio, Athens, Ohio. I said, where's Ohio? Where's that state? Oh, up in the north. I was as illiterate as they were. And then I said, no, I'm the country. The country? There is a country called Greece. The capital is Athens. Oh, yes. They said, that's next to Cuba. Next to Cuba, we know that.
More or less. I mean, the Caribbean and Mediterranean have a lot of similarities.
Same. Yeah.
More or less. Yeah. It's
I'm always astounded. Guys, by the lack of geographic knowledge of the average American. The average American, not the well-to-do American who has traveled.
Honestly, I'm always surprised by my lack of geographic knowledge when it comes to this particular country. And trust me, the lack of any geographic and geopolitical knowledge is now globalized. I mean, go to the street in any part of the world at this point and ask people to point things on the map. They just
No,
don't know anymore. They just don't know, don't care.
I don't think
perceive the world.
many people could point to where Ukraine is, honestly.
Absolutely not. No.
Despite being in the news a lot, and my grandchildren will be paying for that for this month's part of the war, and then my great grandchildren will pay for next month's part of the war. Yeah.
Mm. I mean, Russia is pretty big, so I'm sure they can point to a part of it.
yeah, that's a
West
good
of
point.
Alaska.
That's a good point.
Right. Do you remember that presidential candidate who was saying that since she was the governor of Alaska, she has, she could see Russia in the horizon
Yeah,
and had foreign policy experience?
yeah.
Yeah, that was an excellent candidate. But
I was
yeah, no,
just surprised that it took them like 2 months into the campaign to come up with a porn that had a pun on that name. Like, it was just
Oh, we're gonna lure Meech back out right now.
yeah.
oh yeah, get him back.
She
This is back to
she
his.
did really well with that porn. Her voice really wasn't doing that thing, which was doing, because Palin's voice was doing it for a lot of people. But the porn star had the look; she didn't have the voice. So
I mean,
that's-
the glasses were doing it for me for the most part. I'm usually into the librarian/teacher type. So
Ah.
for me, it was an instant hit.
but yeah,
Yeah.
getting political. I mean, McCain really screwed that up. That
Oh God,
presidency
we're
run.
gonna
I
get
mean,
lost now.
Yeah, I mean, he should have done what, geez, I think Sarkozy. So what you had to do, like coming off the heels of George W. Bush, just atrocious approval ratings. You don't want to. It'd be toxic to stand next to him, and he did his best to stand next to him for some reason, despite being the antithesis to George W. Bush, basically. Instead of ignoring the left-wing candidate and then just saying, you know what, I'm not George W. Bush, just run against the right-wing candidate that isn't even actually running. Do that. That's what Sarkozy did, is my understanding, is that instead of trying to beat the left-wing opponent, just say, hey, this previous guy, this so-called right-wing guy, he was terrible. Just go on your own thing. If you are not aligned with the incumbent that's friggin' hated, don't align yourself with them. That's so silly.
Yeah, no, I think the only reason why Americans tend to be, of course, the average, right? Because again, I don't want to make it into a common thing for everyone, is that they feel, because I've tried to analyze this many times over, there is a sense of greatness, and there is a sense of thinking about the region. If you are in a state, you think about the state, the region. Yes, this is the region. And people, and whereas in smaller countries or in small countries, because America is big, you always think about the outside. I grew up in a small country, so I always got to know about who is next to us, which was, big Turkey, the country, not the bird, Italy. No, I do get. Oh, have you been to Turkey? Yes. Oh, inside or outside? No.
Ozzy, I think
outside.
again, I think you are thinking too broadly for the scope of American politics. It has changed a lot more recently, but presidential politics, especially at the electoral level, I think up until Obama, it was very much formulaic, right? For example, if you had a presidential candidate from from a northern state, you had to have a vice presidential candidate from the south. Like you had these
Right.
kinds of rules. If you are going to have a woman on the ticket, it has to be the VP, and she has to also pull in another group. Like that can be South, that can be like a Christian constituency. It was very specific formulas that played into it, and honestly, in a way, they shafted McCain, because once again, it's very rare in US electoral politics, in US presidential elections, that you can win with the same party after a two-term president. Like they usually choose a weak candidate anyways, because
Mhm.
they assume that they're going to lose. So they just wanted to waste McCain and push him aside, I think, ultimately anyways. So McCain was already fighting against so many odds, and the choice of the VP is one debacle. The fact, like you said, that he didn't really go apart from George Bush can be another, but it just isn't done. Like partisanship is so important still to US politics, that you just have to accept an entire package of beliefs, of ideologies, ideological positions on each issue. You can't pick and choose, so you have to stay with your president, because he was also a wartime president. How can a veteran hero go against a wartime president, even though on a very even keeled, one is a deserter basically, the other one is a genuine war hero. So it's like you're saying, they're diametrically opposite, but that's just not how American politics works. You are working at it from an objective analytical level. They were basing it on formulas still at this. I mean, I don't know if in the next cycle, I don't know what the parties are really thinking and what they're planning. But really, when I first came into this country, I was sometimes appalled. But it's like, what's your take on abortion? What's your take on gay marriage? What are you calling it? That's the important thing, right? Are you pro-life or are you pro-choice? Are you for marriage equality or are you for gay marriage? So it's like even the word choices start identifying you in a certain way, and you have to sign up, for an entire list of ideological positions from which you are not allowed to stray away. Like you're too much of a free thinker to make sense of that kind of baggage, I think.
Well, there are candidates who don't necessarily win, but can actually move the position of the entire party. I feel very strongly that Ron Paul did that for the Republicans. He was the only person saying audit the Fed. Now I think half of the Republican candidates in the next round will probably say actually end the Fed. And then half of Democrats too.
That's possible.
Lord, I have a comment, please, if you allow me.
About what? You are allowed to do whatever you want on this channel, but
no. I know. I want to say something about your great channel. I will certify this with my professorial bullshit status. That that you are the only channel that really discusses watches amongst a few channels. Let me
Wait, one second,
caveat that.
I'm glad you're bringing this up after we talked about Star Wars, bonds, porn, and US politics. I'm glad you're bringing.
No, porn is always the channel always has an element of porn. Yes, but that's good. That's good. We need to be attuned to reality. But no, Yeah, no, I have to say that I really, it doesn't mean a lot, but I really salute your efforts. If that is any, if I can support what you have been doing. So
It
yes,
means a
I
lot.
think, and it comes with knowledge and class and respect for your panelists and your viewers. And I think you have some excellent people who participate. Take me out. I don't want to be included, but also your viewers are excellent and they make some very good comments. They're not excessive, they're not exaggerated, they're not extreme, well balanced overall. So I really wanted to say that I've been watching the streams for quite some time. Soon I'm going to write a paper on YouTube, on the YouTube streams on watches. And you stand above all the others. I have to say that. I mean, I don't want to, by saying this, eliminate the positiveness of and the participation of Aussie and all of that. But all of you bring a balanced view from your own vantage point. I mean, obviously you're not in the watch industry. You are enthusiasts. Some of you are collectors / enthusiasts and so forth, and others are just observers of what is going on. So I really value what you say, and it comes with a lot of respect, and you also respect your participants, your viewers, and your panelists.
I,
That's
you
all
know,
from my
if I can
college
take,
here on the back.
if I can take any pride in what you said, it's that, I try to sustain it as a platform for exchange, for mutual enrichment. It's ultimately it's about the ideas, the points, the perspectives that someone brings in. I don't try to shut down something just because I disagree with it. I don't exclude any brands or any particular segment of watches just because I might not be interested in it myself. Um, I try to I try to be as expansive and as Catholic as possible in terms of including the entire world of watches. And of course, as we talk about watches, we venture into different topics. And ultimately, because I have people of, sound minds, with heads nicely screwed on their shoulders, they usually end up bringing solid points. And that's why I love having, Aussie, you, and even Meech, on a good day.
No, even Mitch. No. Even Mitch, even Mitch. I will say he brings a lot of value, especially when we discuss sheep, pigs, cows, the entire animal universe, and
Can I
agriculture.
can I say something back to back? JB kind of even the keel, but Kenny Roy says negative correlation between the quality of watch content and super chat revenue. Please do underline this. It's true. But
This is very true.
Jake Brooks says 1999. Thank you so much, JB.
Wow.
You really keep things alive here. Nicely put,
Thank you.
Professor. Agreed. But yes,
No. Mitch also. Mitch is no. He's a collector. He's in the market. He talks from the heart. It's good to have
I mean,
Mitch.
when Mitch talks, it's
not
not
that,
gonna be from the brain, so it must come from some organ for sure. Yeah, the heart is what you identify. Yeah.
it's okay. I don't want to go below the heart because then we get into difficulties. And I tell you,
gallbladder.
yeah.
Gallbladder.
No. But
Take
remember,
straight
he spoke. Mitch. There was one viewing that I learned a lot about agriculture. he spoke about agriculture. I mean, he's an expert. So, I mean, he said some things that were really, and I think St. Peter's was in that audience, and he was really surprised. I never forgot
Yeah,
the
I
facts
think
that he presented.
I think really the with Mitch the expectations are so low when sometimes he makes a decent point. It's it kind of shocks you. So I understand. So since it's so bad usually, once every so often he says something semi-intelligent and you're like, wow, this guy actually has a sometimes the blood gets pumped into his brain rather than his nether parts. But it's Mitch. We love him still.
And also he appeals to those who, come from a background that infuses them to participate in the watch business, in the collecting business,
No,
and
let's
he
not
brings a view
generalize.
that is.
Let's not generalize. I mean, I love people of all backgrounds. It's just Mitch specific issue. I kind of I tolerate the guy. I like him, but he's okay.
Yeah. Plus, the knowledge about
Mitch is his
porn
own
is
thing.
valuable. Yeah.
Look,
Anyway,
even though
okay.
I like that world, Meat
Which
surprises
world?
me for sure.
The-
Subcultures,
subculture.
porn and strippers, finer things, and yeah, because I've never been single, here in America. I came here a married man, so I have no idea what goes on in life for men with low scruples.
Yeah, Mitch is, I think, actually offended this time because he says profound things in the chat. I'm sorry, Mitch. It's okay. Okay,
I love
do
you,
love-
Meech.
Come back, Mitch. Come back.
Okay, let's change. Certainly the intention is not to embarrass anybody or offend
No,
anyone.
not at all. Not at all. I mean, my intention was to offend Mitch fully, but I'm sure you didn't mean to do it like that.
No, I have nothing. Why should I embarrass
So,
somebody?
Professor,
I don't really.
we already talked a little bit about Rolex, and I know you don't necessarily talk about any of the other brands, but do you expect anything from any of the brands going into Watches and Wonders? Is there one brand that you would want to highlight? Is there a brand that you think might have something interesting up their sleeve? There are 48 brands after all, that will participate in that show. So it's not just Rolex and Patek.
Really?
AP has to do another Marvel collab, right? It's got to be like Black Adam or something like that. Something middling.
Yeah, I don't know what the others are doing, but I think Vacheron will surprise. Yeah, I think Hublot will surprise. Once again, I know people say, what kind of a watch brand is that? I think all of them. There is no exception. A lot of them will come out with very interesting pieces. As I say, it's they live in the golden age of watchmaking and watch production. I mean, they have it very well. So a lot of products, a lot of expensive products. The 20,000 to 30,000 mark is the base now for the watch industry, and from there on, they will just keep on producing. Yeah, I mean, Rolex, good or bad, keeps on receiving a lot of attention, but for good reason. They are the standard, one or another. But we shall wait and see. There's 2 weeks remaining, or less than 2 weeks, or about 2 weeks. So
I mean, I'm kind of,
yeah,
again, I don't have any leaks or insider information, but beyond the usual suspects, because let's remember that Watches and Wonders builds on, SIHH that Richemont set up in Geneva. So you have the entire Richemont brand spectrum, including Baume & Mercier, which we forget about usually, but the usual suspects: Jaeger-LeCoultre, Vacheron Constantin, A. Lange & Söhne, IWC, Van Cleef & Arpels, all these different brands. LVMH is there more or less, right? Hublot, Zenith, Tag Heuer. I think Louis Vuitton is there or not? Maybe not.
No.
But I think I'm really, I want to see if Chapek and Parmigiani Fleurier are gonna come out with something new, something different, because both of the brands I mean, established some sort of foothold, some kind of recognition in their respective ways. It's by no means is it like a mainstream recognition widespread, but for the size and for the volume of production they have been doing up until 2 years ago, up until a year and a half ago, Parmigiani was very niche since he started working with this Sandoz Foundation infrastructure. Now Guido Terreni has taken over the leadership of the brand, and they have been doing things that appeal a little more easily to the mainstream market. So I want to see if they're going to do something new, something that's a little different than just a different dial color or different size of the Tonda PF. Same thing with Chapek. More than seeing if they will come back with the Antarctique different dial color and open up the orders again or something like that. I want to see if they have something else up their sleeve, maybe a different kind of chronograph. I think the other brand that I want to see always from, since I'm a huge fan of good old Fritz, Karl Friedrich Schäufele, I wanna see Chopard and Ferdinand Berthoud. I want to see what LUC wise, what's gonna come out of Chopard. I want to see if Ferdinand Berthoud is presenting something new. Those are the handful of brands that I'm really waiting for beyond the usual suspects.
For me, last year Cartier's Watches and Wonders lineup was just incredible. Like all of their watches that they had showcasing for Watches and Wonders, release was just absolutely incredible. From the Mystérieuse, I think it was, through to the Tank Chinois limited, and I really loved everything from Cartier. I can't wait to see it. I'm sure they're going to have more outstanding watches again and really rub it in Omega's face. Tudor, I'm a big Tudor guy, but after last year, I do not expect them to come out with literally anything beyond maybe a color variation or another two-tone set. Like they released a lot of watches last year that are so well received. I cannot imagine a watch brand releasing, after having a year like last year with so many great watches, that they would have anything left at this point. Like I don't, I have no expectations, and that would be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
And I think also IWC will produce some iterations.
IWC has been interesting because I think Ozzy, were you saying? I think it was Meech who was saying something about this yesterday. When it came to the new, Moonshine Moonswatch. That they should have just introduced it as an Instagram post or something. IWC has become a real leader in that, and I'm not saying this in a patronizing way. Literally, a lot of the watches they introduced through the year that are like small modifications, like if it's a new dial color, if it's just a way they played with the dimensions of the case, if they just introduced them, a complication here, a complication there, to the entire line, they usually just post it on Instagram on their CEO's wrist, and then wait for the watch journals to pick it up, and then they reveal the details through those channels. And sometimes I feel like that's actually for most releases, like unless it's truly groundbreaking stuff. And I'm not saying like anything that is introduced in a trade show, I'm not saying has to involve some sort of horological invention, don't take me wrong, but something in this age of social media, is it really worth waiting for the biggest trade show of the year to release a new dial color for a watch? Like, don't you want to leverage your resources a little more efficiently? So I think IWC has been a master of that. So when it comes to this kind of show from IWC, I expect something more, something a little different than just a few variations, Professor, if you know what I mean, because they have already introduced all the variations throughout the year, like the Salmon Portuguese came and went, right? The different the new perpetual calendars have been introduced. They have introduced those small things throughout the year already, so they will probably do something big or not. I don't know. It kind of doesn't feel right for them to just do 2-3 variations.
Yeah, and the other thing is that the Watches and Wonders, or whatever they call it now, they keep on changing, is no longer the quite essential place to announce all these new iterations. It has evolved. I remember in my days when I used to go, the first one I attended, back then it was called Basel, right? It was 2006. And then
Spice Convention.
I went subsequent. No, it was it was called the Basel.
Basel. Okay.
No, but Basel exhibition. It was in Basel, and this is where it was not in Geneva. It was in Basel, Switzerland, and subsequently I went continuously for 6 years in a row, and then they shifted and they went to to call it, I mean, more recently it's called now Watches and Wonders or whatever. I mean, this is a gimmick.
Isn't that post-pandemic, right? Watches and Wonders?
Yes, it is.
It wasn't
It
Watches
is.
and Wonders in 2019. It's Baselworld, right?
Yeah. And back then it was the place where watches would be announced. They would rarely do in between events. So now even Rolex announced the Deep Challenge, right? The Deep Sea Challenge or whatever, prior to
the new Submariner was out of cycle. Like that was like September,
the new
something like that.
Like when they did the Submariner 41, Professor, the new proportions.
Yeah.
That was also
yeah. They don't. Yeah. So I think what will happen is that the watch industry has realized that most of the business for watches is not done at the exhibition, at the event, because most of the ADs are called in for meetings prior to that. It's just a show. I mean, from experience, I know the big guys go twice or three times a year to see their counterparts in Geneva or wherever they are. So they don't wait for this event because this event is more of a, oh, let me show you, and it's more for social media, for the press. It's like a little party, but you get together with other watchmakers or other ADs, and you talk about stuff. That's kind of it. Other than that, the business actually is done in the non-exhibition days. Because for instance, for this one, you need to fly on the 24th, 25th for the event on the 26th, and then you stay until the 2nd or 3rd of April.
And by the
Um,
way, I think, so one of the things that they're doing this year, and I think they're finally starting to utilize the location a little more efficiently, because Basel World played their cards kind of in the most horrible way possible during the pandemic. I'm sure, Professor, you remember that debacle where they refused to give refunds or didn't give refunds in a timely manner when it was canceled because of the Coco 19. And then most brands were already looking for reasons to leave Basel and join or do something in Geneva, where you already have flagship boutiques, you already have proximity to manufacturers. So this year they are organizing it as an event, apparently, that spills over the
yeah,
convention hall. So they're actually organizing programs that are, in boutiques and in
yeah,
different
yeah,
parts of
yeah.
the city, guided tours, to the Patek Museum, to the Geneva City Center, to Plan
Yeah,
des Ouates.
yeah.
Um,
This is
so
something, by the way, that very important. You're bringing this up because this is in the background. It hasn't been written anywhere, but this was always the intention of some of the bigger manufacturers, in particular Rolex. Rolex wanted the show always to be in Geneva because Geneva is the place.
yeah.
In fact, I'm happy to share this. A large portion of the Rolex Foundation's support goes to the city of Geneva. So when you guys buy your watches, you're actually helping the development of the city of Geneva. So they have a direct intention to take it to Geneva and not Basel. Basel had a huge problem because it didn't have enough hotels. There was huge overbooking. You had to go and stay outside. I once I ended up in some village, where I would see cows more often than watches, um, and so forth. And people were kind of complaining. By taking the show to Geneva, the city of Geneva benefits greatly, of course. Also, it follows the pattern of other things that happen in Geneva, like the car show throughout the year. There is the once a year there is the Geneva Car Show, which is very important, conveniently placed next to the airport, and so forth. So Geneva gets to benefit from this, and of course you have two great manufacturers, Rolex based out of Geneva and Patek. So the big ones really benefit. The smaller ones don't benefit. Beauvais, for instance, has to move product people and so forth. I mean, it is within the same country, but they don't get to be in the same circle of things. But in any case, there was a battle between Geneva and Basel, and Geneva won
but
naturally.
but Professor, I mean, people coming from the Jura range and Fleurier and other centers anyways, it's they
Yeah,
have
yeah.
Basel
It's not.
anyway. So it's not that different for them.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. Come on, I'm exaggerating, and I don't want to. Yes, I mean, Switzerland is the most convenient place to travel to from, the trains work, the the roads work. You can take a plane if you want, and also convenience because Geneva is the airport, right? So everybody flies in. It's easy. Whereas Basel, there is always the issue, how you go from Geneva to Basel. Yes, you take a train. Yes, you can fly from Zurich to Basel. That's fine. Sorry, you fly into Zurich and you take the train to Basel, and so forth. But Geneva is very convenient because within Europe, you're only 2 hours away, right?
Mhm.
Or an hour. And if you're flying from Asia or the Middle East, where the big guys are, there are direct flights into Geneva, so it's very convenient, and you have many
You
hotels.
you had me
You know,
convinced.
Ozzy, you
I was
live
like,
there.
let's go, let's book some flights. But I just realized my passport is not in order. I don't think I can re-enter United States on my
Ah,
British
we can,
passport. Uh,
You
I'm a citizen
yeah.
now. I was
No, but
supposed
we
to get
can.
my
you're a
passport,
citizen,
but
right?
I just haven't got. Yeah,
Ah,
I
you're a
didn't. I
citizen.
haven't organized my U.S. passport yet. There's just been one of these things. I've just gone from one emergency to the next in these last few months.
Yeah, yeah, no, and I agree with Davi. It's different to see. You need to see the product in person, and that's all about. This is the secret to the sauce is to see it in person. You know, um,
There's a remote
because they're selling things.
possibility I may get a viewing from my AD because they've got a really big grand opening in April, which should be after them getting these pieces. So I should be able to see these things.
No more watches for you. No more watches for you. You need to stop buying watches, man.
You don't
What
approve
are
of the
you
Tutti
doing?
Frutti? The Tutti Frutti is not a good
No, no,
choice.
don't. You have more than enough. I mean, of course,
Yes.
for you now it's an investment, but you see it as an investment, let's say. But I think you have the entire catalog, or more or less. I mean, there are others who have really the
Yeah.
entire
I think I'm
catalog.
missing the Air King, Yachtmaster 2. I won't cry.
Yeah, you can. I think the Air King. I think I would go if I were you. I would do two things. One is I would get one piece that is crazy and sought after, and
Yeah.
then I'll go against the tide and get a piece that is really not sought after, but you love it. And I think you mentioned both of them. I believe the Air King is a beautiful watch. The new iteration is a
The new
beautiful
one,
watch.
yes, I agree. I don't think it
Beautiful
overtakes
watch.
the
I
Yachtmaster,
saw it from close up.
but it
Yeah, yeah.
definitely gets to the bar of desirable in my book. I like it. I like it.
No, no,
The previous one, I didn't
I
like.
saw
The
it
new
the
one, I
other
like.
guys. Yeah, yeah. I saw it from close up, and it's a very nice watch, proportionately right.
Mm.
The dial is very nice. It all has all these things. Just a minute, somebody's calling me. 1 minute, please.
No worries. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think they did a good job with the Air King. It's it gets to that level of it's desirable. It's a pretty watch now. Previously,
I, I,
the best argument was
I
it was
love
a cheap Milgauss. Jeez.
I love the way you can, that's the best you can muster for, in praise of this watch. But I mean, like, look, I don't have a strong case against or for Air King. It just doesn't make sense to me in terms of what you outlined, in terms of not wanting to side grade or even downgrade in the collection,
Right.
which for one reason or another, compared to pieces what you already have,
Exactly.
Air King is
This would be the worst watch in my collection. It's a good watch. Doesn't make it. So,
it's a great watch, but
yeah.
it's also like, you have so many pieces that are just much more than this. Your Polar
Mhm.
Explorer 2, for example.
Yeah.
You know, your sub that you actually like, the standard black sub, you keep wearing it very often recently.
Mhm.
You have on top of that the Hulk. So you just have just a lot of watches that are in this category, just better. So
Yeah.
I don't know. And you have of course, you have the Explorer too, like, you know, the 36.
36. Yeah.
Um, you know,
So
why would
that's where this sits. It's sort of like there's a lot of similarities between this and the Explorer 36,
Yeah.
or into the Crown Guarded sport watches, which, you know, so it sits in between. But is it better than any one of them? No. So it's nice. It's got all the right tick boxes. The fact that it's time only is interesting, which sort of leans more to the Explorer 36 side of things. But yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's cool. It's just, you know, there's a lot of watches to get. You can't, there has to be a line somewhere, and I think this is where that line is drawn. Well, actually, the line is apparently drawn at the Yachtmaster. I won't get one for myself. I mean, my wife's got a Yachtmaster. You know, I can look at it on her wrist.
And that's the 37 as well. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's in that realm. Yeah. You know, listen, I mean, I know the professor presented that view, but to me, if you are staying in Rolex, you have to get something really special, or just nothing at all. You know,
Mhm.
it's fine. It's fine the way your
Yeah,
collection is more than fine. In fact, don't take me wrong, but you know, if you don't get anything more, that would be just
yeah,
fine. But if you are making
exactly.
that effort, it has to be for a very special piece. You know, I understand that.
Yeah. I do like the fact that the Air King is a single watch. You know, it's a watch family, but there's literally only one iteration, one dial,
Yeah.
one case. That's kind of cool. Even the Milgauss doesn't get that. It's got the different dial, and the sapphire.
Ah, I'm back.
Right.
Apologies.
Even though of course one of them is now discontinued, which means that there's only two, right?
Oh,
Only
the black. Uh,
only the black and blue now, because the white one is
Which one? Which one now you guys are talking about? We moved from
uh
the Air King.
so
no, we're
we were
What's
just
the
talking
verdict
about
on the Air King?
how the Air King, even though it's its own category, is really just one watch as an entire family, whereas even the Milgauss
Yeah.
has at least two kinds still, and it had three, of course. You know, before the whites
Yes.
got scrapped.
So do you like Lord the Air King or no? Not really.
I'm kind of ambivalent on Air King, but for Ozzy's collection, no, because I think his, you know, again, I'm also basing that opinion on what he told me and told us really on this channel so many times, that he, like you said, Professor, as well, he has a pretty good collection. You know, when you look at the contemporary Rolex catalog, he basically has all the boxes checked. So just getting models that he doesn't have, for the sake of it, seems a little too self-indulgent to me, you know. And it will be, without implying a value judgment, it will be something like a side grade or a downgrade. I mean, the guy has Explorer 36 millimeter, the guy has Submariner dates, the guy has Hulk, he has the Explorer 2. Does he really need an Air King? You know, he should go for something really big, something that's not even in the catalog, or just not go for anything at all. Like you said, you know, he doesn't need anything.
Yeah, of course, of course. I agree, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not. I would just between the two. I mean, there are two. There's the no date sub, which has the same caliber. This one and the deep challenge. You know, they all have the same caliber. And the Oyster Perpetual, which he already has, the Candy Ping, and
Does
all
the
of that. So,
Explorer
or
36 have the same movement, or is it because it's smaller? It's a different movement.
no, I think so. I think it's the same. 3230. I think it's the 3230.
Yeah, I think
But
I think the
yeah,
No Date
you
sub and the Explorer 36 do have the same one. So if that's the same thing in this, yeah, it makes sense.
so you kind of have everything now. If they announce the new Milgauss, I think you should go for the new Milgauss because you will still get, well, you get the same caliber, but in a Milgauss version. It's really difficult to get
I
a
knew
watch
Milgauss
with
could
your
work.
collection.
I knew Milgauss could work. It just has to be completely different than this. Like, it's like this is too big for me. Full stop. Like that's the whole thing about the Milgauss is the case. It's just doesn't work for me at all.
Okay. Yeah, the no crown version of this case just looks too stubby, too big on your wrist.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't work. And so the Elder King was a huge no as well. But yeah, it's possible that a new Milgauss could work because it's supposed to be for engineers, right? So if they play their cards right and play the right strings, maybe they could make the engineer in me, okay, that's definitely the watch for me. But I've never liked the black dial, and the Z Blue didn't elevate itself above the huge case. Hey, I like Tudor. There is, big case isn't the only thing, right? I just, yeah, I don't feel it.
Yeah, I mean, this looks big, too big on your wrist compared to the Explorer 2.
I think here's what they did with the new Explorer 2. It already had one of the widest lug widths already. I think it was 21 millimeters on the previous one. Now it's 22. And then they slimmed the lugs down a bit on the new one. So that the bracelet got wider, and then the actual visual width of the lugs is now smaller. And in a way, the distinguishing distinguishing a bracelet with a head versus an integrated bracelet watch on the Explorer 2, that they really blurred the lines a little bit. And I think just the way that it sort of blends into the bracelet means it doesn't wear as sort of as oddly as it could. It's not like I'm wearing a Deep Sea or something like that, where like the original one where it's like 20 millimeter bracelet and this hulking head or something like that. It's just a very seamless look. I think the new Explorer 2. It's subtle. It's very subtle, but people sing the same praises about the Sub 41. So see how thin the lugs are now. That visual weight. It's leaning more towards an integrated bracelet in terms of, like, to me that's what defines integrated bracelet look, is like if you can't tell the difference between the bracelet and the lugs. Yeah, the lugs are still there, but it's now very minimal compared to the large width of that bracelet, especially in the Rolex lineup. Like, I think the only other bracelet that's thicker is, I think the Deep Sea has a 23 millimeter wide bracelet.
I think
the other thing that
lug
they
width,
did with the Polar, well, the Explorer 2 guys, is that it's not advertised a lot, but the numbers on the dial, the numbers on the dial are very close. They are approximating the size of the font of the 40 millimeter. So they haven't proportionately enlarged the font of the numbers similar to the GMT. And this is why it appears
Right.
proportionately smaller than what it could be, given that it's a 42 millimeter watch. If you compare the font of the number here on this dial and the 40 millimeter, they're very, very close. And if they changed the fonts, they made them smaller between the previous iteration and this iteration, just to make it proportionately appear smaller. This is a little trick. Besides what exactly you said, Ozzy, that the lugs have been thinned out just to make it.
Yeah, they thinned it out by making the bracelet wider, and then they also brought them in. So there's, to me, it's a significant change in the lugs, especially in person. I will also comment that it's an actual 42 millimeter, as in you measure it's like 41.6 or 0.7 or something like that. So it's not a fake 40 like the Daytona or something like that. It's a true 42 millimeter, but it doesn't wear that crazy, in my opinion.
No, it doesn't.
Big.
It doesn't.
It doesn't wear crazy at all.
I saw it. I saw it recently. It's very nice. I think it is, for me, if I were to advise anybody, it's one and done, if there is such a thing as a one and done in the watch aficionado enthusiast business world. It's a beautiful watch they've done, and I don't think they will make it smaller in the future, because I think they got it right on this one. They're not going to go for smaller. If anything, the line is going to go to the 41, eventually GMT, eventually Daytona, whenever they decide to do that. They will not go back to making it smaller again, the Explorer 2.
The two,
and I agree, the black dial is very nice. Black dial is very nice. Yeah, sorry.
I think, this is something I keep repeating too, and I don't know if you all agree with this, but Rolex over the years, especially with these modifications they made to, in terms of the case sizes to some of the model lines, I think as much as they go for the, rule of thumb for industrial production, in the sense that they are streamlining, their cases, etc., I think they're also, in the same token, really carving out very specific aesthetics for each model range. So it's not just, a watch doesn't just look like the same watch but with a different bezel. The modern Submariner looks like a different watch than the GMT Master 2, which looks like a different watch than the Explorer 2. Explorer, even, with the current iteration, the Air King looks like something of its own, rather than just a tricked out Explorer, so for that reason, I don't think they would pull the same thing that they did with the Explorer, kind of retreating from the 39 millimeter and bringing it back to 36. I don't think they're gonna do that with the Explorer 2, because they don't want to clash with the GMT Master.
Yeah, I mean, I said it when the Explorer 36 came out, and it also happens with the Explorer 2. But we don't need every goddamn watch to be the same size. If you want a 40 millimeter watch or a 38 millimeter watch, they've got incredible watches in that size. You don't have to. Not everything has to be the exact same damn size. Yeah, okay, the Goldilocks side, fine, but like, not every watch has to do it.
No, I mean, not. Ozzy, sometimes people just complain about things because it's a response that they have rehearsed so many times. You know for a fact that if every Rolex watch was the same proportions. This time they would complain that, like, oh, it's all Oyster Perpetual, it's all the same, blah blah, we don't like it. So some people just want to, since they know so little, they want to grab onto the littlest thing they find, so they have something to say. It's no one wants at this point every single Rolex watch to look the same. That was nice when the lines were being consolidated, between the Turnograph and the Submariner, and then the GMT Master. You could see all the family resemblance even between different product families. Nowadays, it's enough that I can put my Submariner from from 5513 next to a Sea Dweller 43. I see a family resemblance. It's not the same watch by any shape or standard, but I see that it is the evolution of the same watch. So now I don't have to see that kind of, I can see it synchronically, right? I don't have to see it on the same product lineup.
I just want to say a couple elements on the Explorer 2 that are unique to the model, as well as the crown. So I'm very used to effectively, two types of crowns, like the Submariner crown, the GMT crown, even the Data. They all look and feel pretty much the same in terms of proportion. But the Explorer 2 actually has a wide and thin crown. Like there's only about like a millimeter and a half of jimping on it, basically, and it's an unusually small, well, not small, it's an unusually thin crown, and I enjoy that it's actually different. The other aspect is the clasp is very wide because it's accommodating a very wide bracelet, but it's also quite short. It's like a stubby, it's like a stubby clasp. So even in yet another sports watch from Rolex, it does have some unique keys to it that I think are interesting. I gotta say, I love the GMT hand on the Explorer 2 much more than the actual GMT Master 2. GMT Master 2's hand is very thin, and then the colors are very subtle. It often cannot be found because it's hiding underneath like the minute hand or something like that. You only see this triangle way off at the end. It's very easy to be lost. But this GMT hand is just so much fun.
And it's not just the color, right? The fact that it's orange is one thing, and it's really nice, both against the black dial and the polar white dial, but also because it does pick up on that arrow-like 24-hour hand from the original Explorer 2, from reference 6555, which of course the Italians used to call freccione, right? The little arrow. So it's I like the shape of the hand as well. That tip.
No, they got this watch. They got this watch really right. I think they've done very well with this watch. Of course, it's underrated, like everything else. Everybody goes for the GMT, but the GMT you cannot see. I cannot see the GMT. And it's not proportionately a huge watch. I mean, it is proportionately well-sized watch, and it's a no thrills. It's not. It doesn't. It does the job right. It has everything right. The black one is
thin
beautiful
and very durable.
It is.
I played all of my rounds of golf last year with the Explorer 2. Despite being a big watch, I'm going to be swinging it around. I played all of my rounds of golf with it because with the stationary bezel, I wasn't afraid to use it in sand traps. Like this, I'm not going to trap sand underneath the bezel and get it stuck or ruin things and stuff like that. So, it's a big positive to have that when you've got adverse conditions.
The only watch that I would wish for them to reproduce is the Explorer 139. That will be nice if they can reproduce it, or 40. I don't think they'll go for 40, but if it's 39, I will certainly go for it at some point.
Okay, any last words, because we're past 4 hours and I'm kind of getting tired as well. So any contributions, any?
So for Mr. Lolex, he's asking a question. I think the 36mm Explorer 1 is a good choice. You know, very
It's a
fine
troll
watch.
account, Professor, but
It's a troll account. Okay. I don't even know what they ask, I deliver.
these were
If
these were
anyone can tell me if I can re-enter the country without a U.S. passport as a U.S. citizen, without huge trouble being caused, I'd love to know. I'll be in Geneva on April 1 if I knew the answer to that.
well, I would say for something like that, Ozzy, I would rather not ask, random people, random strangers online, and just call, just call.
This is very nice,
Why am I
Lloyd. What is
blanking
this?
So this is okay. The blue dial, I can't attest to its originality, but I know for a fact that the first prototypes of 16550, the transitional model, still had the nipple dial. Antiquorum some years back also sold a blue version, but I will try to pull up. I'll try to pull up the other dial variations. Those look pretty compelling to me, even though I never held one in hand, so I can't attest to how real they are. But here it is, for example, the Polar white gold surrounds on a nipple dial, and this is the transitional reference. So 16550 rather than 16570. Apparently there was a blue prototype too, although again it might be something apocryphal and made later. But these look right to me because of a number of reasons. The year that they were introduced, the fact that 16550 actually came with the white gold surrounds, with the bigger plots on the dial before it transitioned to 16570 with the blackened hands and indices.
Is the lopsided lugs? Are you seeing that as well? Do you think that's intentional or the result of polishing?
Yes and no. When you hold the watch in hand, I think you can make a much better judgment of that than this full frontal shot. The full frontal shot kind of exposes it because the lugs on the right flank of the watch are slightly thinner to balance out with the with the crown guards, etc.
Yeah, so similar to like the steel Daytona, because I noticed that you've got the overhang of the bezel on the right side, similar to the Daytona as well. Like on the top right, it seems to overhang.
Yeah.
Top right, I mean. Yeah. So and that's where it overhangs on the Daytona as well.
Yeah, so these are again set to be the prototypes of the 16550. I have seen it in black and polar white, which seem to me very compelling. I've also seen it in blue. I'm a little, not sure about that, but it may have existed. I mean, why not? I've seen crazier things that somehow escaped public attention and that somehow didn't make it to the production line. All right.
I note the crown here is like very slender as well, while the other prototype you saw had, I think, a thicker crown.
Yes. Yeah, I think it has a different crown. Not to say that in and of itself. Again, if we're, that's the thing. When something is prototype and one of a kind, like unless you have internal knowledge, unless you have an insider's perspective on the situation, how are you gonna know? Like, how are you gonna know what kind of crown they may have used? How are you gonna know what kind of dial colors they may have tested and whether they use lacquer or did they do something, in a galvanic bath? Who knows? It's always hard to identify these things, so you have to go with your gut feeling, and you're right to point those kinds of things out. It's something that was sold late last year, earlier last year in a Hong Kong antiquarium auction, and it was the first time something like this emerged in public, even though the other nipple dial 16550 prototypes, black and white, had been seen before and had been sold before on auction. All right. I will have to take off. Thank you, everyone. Please hit the like button on your way out. Thank you so much for your contributions in the chat. Thank you, especially Jake Brooks, for the super chat. It really, really does make all the difference. If you have not yet subscribed, please do so. I'm here basically every day. I was a little under the weather, so couldn't really do anything for the last few days. So I'm sorry about that. For the rest of the week, we're coming in strong, especially on Saturday. I have a very special guest from the Watch Art site channel, Bill Sanders. I look forward to that discussion, and it will be an early show. I'm going to set it up basically right after. I do apologize to my Patreon supporters. So I have a backlog of a few posts and a few videos for them, which is going to come out, rolled out over the next few days. By next week, I will have caught up. If you want to support the channel, the links are there. It's pinned in the chat. It's going in the ticker. It is also included in the video description. All contributions are welcome, and they are absolutely necessary to keep the channel going and keep it completely independent, completely autonomous. And finally, thank you to my lovely panelists, Ozzy, of course, El Profesor, and even Big Meech. Thank you, everyone. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye-bye.